Eu também sou a minha equipa. Porquê?
Porque vou ao palco das emoções onde tudo acontece e torço com todas as minhas forças até o coração quase me saltar do peito.
Visto a camisola e grito. E fico sem voz. E choro de alegria, de desilusão. Suo tanto como se estivesse em campo. Nunca perco a esperança. E quando tudo parece perdido, eu acredito. Acredito, até ouvir o apito final.
E depois, dói-me o corpo como se tivesse jogado do início ao fim do jogo. E só posso viver o desporto com esta intensidade porque me sinto acarinhada, bem recebida. Porque há muitas equipas que, não estando em campo, trabalham em conjunto para que me possa sentir segura. Eu, a minha família, os meus amigos, os milhares e milhões de adeptos pelo mundo inteiro que vão apoiar as suas equipas e viver a essência do desporto.
Hoje estamos aqui todos reunidos para caminharmos juntos, rumo a eventos desportivos mais seguros.
Fazem isso por mim.
Bem-vindos ao S4 Congress.
Hey, get up, brothers! Hey, get up, brothers! Don't sit there with your head hanging down. Hey, get up, brothers! I know the ghetto got you down. But there's something I want to say to you.
Eu tô subir até a Champions League. Tudo o que quiseres on me. Do número 10 com ouro nos pés. Digo que não queres ouvir. Suor da minha testa, na minha festa, a cantar win. Losers, camera, action, viver good, that's what I mean. Tudo que eu tenho sonho.
Bem-vindos à aula magna do Instituto Politécnico de Viseu. É com enorme satisfação que damos início à terceira edição do S4 Congress, Congresso Internacional rumo a eventos desportivos mais seguros e acolhedores. Promovido pela Autoridade para a Prevenção e Combate à Violência no Desporto, este evento traduz o compromisso da APCVD a tornar os espetáculos desportivos mais seguros, inclusivos e acolhedores. Agradecemos aos SG Vibe por este momento enérgico que nos contagiou a todos com ritmo e alegria. Muito obrigada pela vossa presença. E para dar as boas-vindas a esta maravilhosa cidade, chamo ao palco o Dr. Pedro Ribeiro, vereador do Pelour do Desporto da Câmara Municipal de Viseu.
Bom dia e naturalmente bem-vindos ao Instituto Politécnico de Viseu, à aula magna e à cidade de Viseu. Em representação do município de Viseu e do seu presidente, Dr. Fernando Ruas, eu gostaria de vos saudar e dirigir um cumprimento especial à Sra. Ministra da Cultura, Juventude e Desporto, Dra. Margarida Balseiro Lopes, ao Sr. Secretário de Estado do Desporto, Dr. Pedro Dias, ao Sr. Presidente da Assembleia Municipal de Viseu, Dr. Mota Faria, ao Sr. Presidente da Autoridade para a Prevenção e o Combate à Violência no Desporto, Dr. Rodrigo Cavaleiro, ao Sr. Diretor Nacional da Polícia de Segurança Pública, Superintendente-Chefe Luís Carrilho, Sr. Presidente do Comitê Olímpico, Dr. Fernando Gomes, Sr. Presidente do Comitê Paralímpico de Portugal, Dr. José Manuel Lourenço, e, nas suas pessoas, a todos os representantes das diversas entidades civis e militares aqui presentes ou que nos acompanham à distância. Estamos na terceira edição do Congresso S4, Safety, Security and Service at Sports Events. Senhor Presidente da APCVD, penso que é motivo de orgulho para a autoridade que dirige e para Viseu conseguirmos consolidar este evento com as 3 edições a serem realizadas nesta cidade e com aspectos muito relevantes, quer pelo número de participantes, quer pela proveniência dos participantes, mas essencialmente porque os temas abordados foram e são de excelência. Apesar de serem matérias difíceis de trabalhar, sensíveis, de colocar na sua plenitude em prática, é essencial que haja a partilha das boas práticas, dos bons procedimentos, para que se possam dar saltos qualitativos no rumo a espetáculos desportivos mais seguros, inclusivos.
On whether to repeat the experience. Thus, I wish to congratulate the APCVD for an excellent organization. In terms of municipal policies, we try to do our part because sports ethics has been a priority of us. Actually, in 2024, when Viseu was the sports capital, we held or took several measures to raise awareness in schools at several levels of education. We created the white card, held the seminary ethics in sports, and the signing of the memorandum of understanding signed by the municipality and the more than 60 sports clubs of the municipality. And it is with satisfaction that we see the implementation of these policies and strategies, namely with the appointment or the award of Viseu as a City of Sports of Excellence. It is our mission to not forget safety in sports events, namely by ensuring the presence of defibrillators in the different sports venues, taking measures to prevent and fight against Legionella, improving pavilions, the floors, thus contributing to higher quality and safety in sports activities. And through this, of course, we improve literacy, because good experiences at sports events is essential, but to add to this, security and safety and welcoming is extraordinary. Now, adding violence in any way in any form is devastating. It is an honor to join you at this opening session. Thank you very much, and I wish you an excellent day. I now ask the Minister of Culture, Youth and Sports, Margarida Balseiro Lopes, for the opening speech at the ESFO Congress. Secretary of State of Sports, the Judge of the Consular Court of Viseu, President of the Authority for Combating and Fight Against Violence for Sports, President of the Olympic Committee of Portugal, President of the Paralympic Committee, President of the Foundation for Sports, representatives of the security forces, representatives of FIFA and UEFA. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I am here present at the third edition of ESFO Congress, which has become a international and national reference in the area of security, prevention, and hospitality at sports events. At a time and at the crossroads of experiences and best practices will be exchanged, Portugal is at the heart of essential debate for sports as a safe, inclusive and sustainable space. And sports is an essential pillar of our community life, a space where encounter and belonging, promoting equality, health, and the encounter of generations and territories, placing Portugal in the heart of the world. And thus, the government has identified sports as a strategic priority, which has translated into concrete projects and structuring measures that are intended to enhance sports facilities that will become more inclusive, ensuring welcoming and the best experiences in sports for all guests. And this event is a clear illustration of that national priority, because safety, security, and inclusiveness is also means investing in sustainability in sports. Over the previous editions, this Congress has played a key role in the sharing of experiences, in the building of bridges between public entities, clubs, federations, security forces, and international organizations. With the eyes on the future, this has been a forum of dialogue and cooperation, which is fundamental for the enhancement and credibility of institutions and for raising the bar of security of national sports. Portugal has been among world references in the hosting of large sports events. The 2024 Euro, the final of the League of Nations in 2019, the Hockey European this year. We have shown signs of our capacity of organizing sports events and a full commitment to safety and excellence. Added to this, the Football Euro in 28 and the World Football Championship in 2030, reinforcing thus the presence and the footprint of Portugal in the world. Much of this work has been conducted by the APCVD together with national and European partners, which has, in a very competent and demanding manner, been promoting a culture of security, ensuring that Portugal meets the highest international practices in this field. A commitment that has been concretely translated into national regulations, the creation of specialized groups of intervention in stadiums, the consolidation of liaison supporters, stewards, and in assessment and projects for the exchange of best practices. Portugal today has a legal framework that is sound, meeting demands in the sports sector and aligned with the role of security in sports context. This is a particularly sensitive topic, and so any address of it must be based on sound data and the involvement of all stakeholders, including the APCVD and the security forces. So all events, as until now has been the case, must be held with the participation of all active stakeholders in the industry. This cooperation is essential and must be grounded on ongoing work of education, awareness raising, promoting the respect and inclusiveness and sports spirit. The involvement of all, and above all, public policies that value sports as a space for inclusion, responsibility and social inclusion is essential. This is the vision that the government is committed to. And against which the government will continue to work together with all stakeholders to ensure respect, safety and welcoming in all sports investments in line with the new realities. If we wish to hold safer sports events, we must continue to invest in prevention, science, and in the culture of shared responsibility. And this is precisely what this Congress symbolizes: full commitment, collective commitment to Portuguese sport, ensuring the well-being of all stakeholders, reinforcing the roles of the government, municipalities, sports organizations, associations, and security forces in the promotion of safer and more inclusive venues. I thus conclude by congratulating the municipality and the IPV in holding and hosting this Congress, ensuring the ideal conditions for this discussion. Also, thank you to the representatives of FIFA and UEFA, whose participation is essential for ensuring security and hospitality in all sports organizations, and all organizations and experts coming from different realities are here to bring to us their experience and expertise, enhancing the exchanges here. And thank you very much to the APCVD for their essential role in affirming Portugal in the promotion of safety and welcoming at sports events. I wish you 2 excellent days of exchanges in the promotion of a confidence, mutual confidence of all stakeholders in this field. To guarantee safety, which we wish to guarantee to all who ensure that sports is an essential pillar in our community life. Thank you very much.
A presença do Dr. Pedro Ribeiro.
Thank you very much to the Councillor and Minister. And now for the kick-off speech, the President for the APCVD, Rodrigo Cavaleiro.
Muito bom dia. É bom voltar a ver esta casa.
Good morning. It's such a pleasure to see a full room. Allow me to start by asking you to join me on a round of applause to Eva Martinho, our host. Allow me to start by beginning with the protocol greetings. Minister, thank you very much. It is an honor to have you at the opening of the 3rd edition of this Congress. I've taken good note of your words. You bring us motivation and confidence. And also Secretary of State and his staff who have lent us essential support in our daily work and also for the preparation of this Congress. Councillor of Sports, Pedro Ribeiro, please take our greetings to the Mayor, Fernando Ruas. I wish to here express our special appreciation for the partnership, essential partnership over the last 3 years. We held the 2nd edition last year when Viseu was the sports capital, national capital. So thank you very much for joining us also in this 3rd edition. Allow me to also take this opportunity to greet mayors and councillors here present, National Director of National Security, PSP. I'm also a police officer, so it is a great honor for me to have you here. And I also take this opportunity to welcome all representatives of civilian and military entities. A word of special thank you to our moderators and our speakers, in particular our international speakers representing here international authorities and organizations enriching our event. Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you all for all of the daily work that you put into our affirmation as a public institution working with citizens and all essential stakeholders for ensuring safer, more inclusive and welcoming venues. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the third edition of the S4 Congress. A third edition that would not be possible without the institutional support of the municipality of Viseu, and as you can see also other institutional support from the entities here identified. And allow me to also highlight that this year we are counting on Record and 00 as media sponsors. Thank you so much for your collaboration in this edition, and our sponsors. Grupo Visabeiro, Montebello Hotel, and this year, for the first time, thank you, Natalia. I'm sure that you are here in this auditorium. Thank you so much, Airbnb, for supporting us in this third edition. You have many reasons for staying with us during these 2 days when we will be sharing experiences, exchanging experiences, expertise, in order to be better aligned, to do better. And I wish to highlight the presence and partnership of the Council of Europe. By ratifying the Saint-Denis Convention for Security and Protection and Service, by signing it, is committed to implementing the guidelines. We do not wish to reinvent the wheel. We wish to implement the convention, adapting it to our national reality, and by thus being aligned with the international best practices. Next, as soon as I conclude my introductory words, we will have a panel with guests from FIFA, André Reis and Helmut Spann, who will be sharing with us the lessons and challenges of a recent tournament, the Clubs World Cup FIFA 2025. And then, with guests from the and then after lunch we will have Dan Humphries from the police planning for UEFA Euro 2028. Thank you so much, Dan, for joining us. Then next we will have also the football supporters unit through Mark, who is a supporters steward. We should not forget that supporters are at the heart of that we do. Of course, also for sports agents, but we work for our fans, above all, to ensure that they can enjoy safe, inclusive and welcoming sports events. So we should never forget those who represent our fans. And then also, thank you so much for to the United Nations Office of Counter-Terrorism. We'll have with us Valerio Dedivitis. And this panel will bring to us many initiatives and national or international projects, like, for example, examples of sportsmen with autism, or also the right to access to sports. So thank you so much for sharing with us your experiences. so that we may, after this Congress, maybe feel inspired to do more and to think how our country could be if each club, each national team saw in the activities that they carry out an opportunity, a small opportunity to make this world a better place for all of us. And then, finally, the UEFA Master Class tomorrow afternoon. Adrian Dink and Tom Smith will be with us in a session that is extremely important for all of us. And I think that we are, or society is still not sufficiently aware, even media and even sports agents are still not fully alert to the dangers of pyrotechnics. I'm sure that it will be an excellent opportunity for disseminating this event as well, and for raising awareness on the dangers for both direct users of pyrotechnics, but also for other spectators in stadiums who do not have direct access to pyrotechnics, but which can have an impact on their health. So once more, thank you so much, UEFA, for this opportunity. I'm honored also by the presence of all other foreign guests present in this room. We have been following a guidebook, the S4 that we see here. And then, so the integrated S4 4S model, a Sandini-based approach through coordinated multi-agency action. Secondly, compliance with the specific legal framework, which over the years has been changing and adapted. And often we heard that the sanctions are not working well. We need to raise the amounts of the fines. They are not high enough, whereas in reality, we had carried out the diagnosis. The right legal framework existed. Simply, we were not implementing it correctly. Also, the feeling of impunity and the faster implementation of sanctions was needed, and also the banning of risk supporters. So essentially, the implementation and enforcement of the law and ensuring that our security forces had the power to enforce the legal framework. And then capacity building and training. The dissemination of service as part of security and as an easy and cheap tool that will allow us to save in security instruments. In the afternoon, we will have a speaker who will be developing this concept. A smile sometimes is stronger than all security measures that we can implement. And sometimes we need to implement them, but we need to protect hospitality measures and understand the strength of these. Finally, networking and knowledge sharing. This is the spirit of this Congress, with different players, different stakeholders, gathering them and having them talk to each other. This is what we also try to do through this Congress. As an example of each of the previous lines, this is a clear illustration of the work that we have been carrying out through the strategy of risk supporters. So excluding risk behavior and working on inclusion and the focus on the majority of fans who are there in the stadiums to enjoy a sports event. The yellow are the administrative measures. Grey are the sanctions. So in yellow, the banning orders. And we see that the administrative measures have been growing, while the judicial court measures have been reducing. And the numbers are stabilizing, which is a good sign. Added to that, more than 20 detentions due to disobedience to these measures, so people who are not obeying to these measures and thus are taken to court, are taken to before a judge. So this is the result of the enforcement of the law and the exclusion of risk supporters. Additionally, on our website, you can find different courses, training courses, namely the one that we adapted to Portuguese with the support of the Council of Europe and Liverpool University, the adaptation to Portuguese language, the course, e-learning course, as well as another one on safety manager, and also the translation and adaptation of all sorts of contents, namely the toolkit that was distributed in our previous editions. The power of hospitality to reduce tension at sports events, as I mentioned earlier, has been our focus in previous years. And ultimately, we're talking about our heritage from the Euro 2004. We were acknowledged for our excellent performance. As you can see, we have these reviews from international media outlets. And a sense of responsibility of all stakeholders is very important. Sports managers first, and then growing accountability of supporters, fans, and of national clubs. Clubs must be made accountable, and they must realize that they are the ones sending out the signals to ban. So a climate of peacefulness will make all of our jobs easier. And we cannot forget that all of this happens during a game, but there is a lot of work put into preparing the event, transport to the stadium, during the game, and also the return home. The full experience must be a good experience of welcoming, where people feel that it was worthwhile and that they will come back, even to guarantee the sustainability of the sports events. These are some of the challenges that we are faced with. And I recall that next year in March, we will receive a visit from the Council of Europe, a monitoring visit conducted by the Council of Europe to assess our progress. So we need to join efforts in preparing ourselves for this visit, and which will be an excellent starting point for our preparation to the World 2030. Helmut, I'm looking at you.
Alphabetical order, Portugal comes right in the middle between Morocco and Spain. So I believe this would be a great hub to bring all colleagues from the other countries for capacity building and for the training of the professionals of the three countries. So here's the challenge. Thank you so much, Helmut. Portanto, temos aqui muitos desafios pela frente, como já vi.
So as you can see, we're faced with many challenges. I hope that you enjoy yourselves during these 2 days. Take notes. Also take the opportunity to exchange your contact details, your experiences, in order to make sports events safer and more welcoming. Thank you very much.
Para apresentar o primeiro
and to introduce the first panels on the challenges and lessons that the FIFA World Cup has brought to us. We have a journalist, well-known journalist, known for his expertise in the world of sports. Ladies and gentlemen, Paulo Sérgio. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first panel of the Congress. We will be looking at the World Clubs Cup held in the United States with FIFA sharing with us their experience. So I'll call on to stage André Reis, Director of Security Operations of FIFA, and Helmut Spahn, Director of Security, Safety and Access of FIFA. Good morning, and thank you very much. You were with us last year. Thank you for joining us again. André Reis, who will, or Helmut will start.
I would like to speak in English, if it's okay for you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, bon dia and good morning and a very warm welcome also from my side. Before we start with the presentation from André, I would like to give you some background information in regard the organization changes in FIFA and how we organize in future our big tournaments, the Tier 1 tournaments, the World Cups. I'm the Director of Safety, Security and Access at FIFA, so I'm responsible for all the tournaments and events across the globe. Currently, we are playing in Chile, the Under-20 World Championship. We play women's futsal in the Philippines end of the year. We have the Under-17 in Morocco and Under-17 in Qatar, the Arab Cup. So a lot of different tournaments, and next year the 2026 World Cup in Canada, Mexico and US. In the previous editions, we had the so-called local organizing committee, which means we have a contract in place with the host cities, with the host countries. We received governmental guarantees, and there was a clear split of roles and responsibilities also in regard to budget and to organize these tournaments. We identified that we started always a little bit with a white sheet of paper in front of us when we move across the globe. I was involved in the next year's World Cup will be my 7th World Cup, including some Euros. The first football tournament was the 2004 Euro here in Portugal. I will always remember it very, very positive. And you can imagine that culture, security infrastructure itself, mentality of the people are completely different across the globe, coming from Germany to South Africa, Brazil, Russia, and Qatar. And then FIFA decided not to continue with the local organizing committee model. And therefore, we establish now 100% owned FIFA companies in the host country, which means all employees are not with the Football Federation or with the host cities. All employees are FIFA employees. And André, the Executive Director for Operations for 2026, is a member of my team in FIFA Zurich, and we have seconded him to our office in Miami. He is there since 2 years now, and he will come back to Zurich. I'm very much looking forward to in October next year. What does that mean? That means this entity is completely legal independent, and therefore my role is a complete different one. When we had the local organizing committee, we from FIFA Zurich were heavily involved in all the preparations, and this is no longer the case. We oversee the preparations of our entity to make sure that FIFA standards are met, that, let's say, all our rules and regulations, are fulfilled. And to check that on an operational basis, we appoint 2 FIFA safety and security officers, which are not employees of the entity in Miami, in each of the stadiums, to oversee all the preparations. That's the new setup, and luckily we had last year the Club World Cup, and that's the topic we would like to discuss this morning, which was a great and a big challenge for all of us. Very limited time for preparations. It was the first time for clubs to attend a tournament like that. We had a lot of problems and a lot of challenges. But to make a long story short, I would like to take or give the floor to André, who will take you through a presentation with, let's say, our learnings, findings, and best practices from 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Helmut. Can you hear me? All good? Thank you. Thank you, and first of all, thank you. Thank you for the intro. Thank you for trusting me for handling this event. Massive event for FIFA with all the challenges, with all the changes. And the main idea for this panel, and I apologize not speaking in Portuguese today, like different from last time, just because I want to make some parallels to what Helmut said in terms of the new organization structure. But first of all, I want to show you a little bit of what we're talking about, right? I mean, for those that not follow this event in 2025. Can we play the video?
Welcome to the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup.
Very good, and looking at good football, right? Looking at the atmosphere is all related to the 4 S's that we're talking here today, and making a parallel to the challenges that Helmut mentioned is the fact that the beauty of them doing events in the U.S., and I said that last year, is that they do events all the time. And the challenge of doing events in the U.S. is that they do events all the time. And this is considered, for me, one of the biggest challenges in achieving what we want to achieve in terms of services for that tournament and the lessons that we captured from 25 to 26. But we have to go back, right? Helmut said that we have a new system in place, a new structure in place. And what does that mean? We had contracts for 2025. They're different than the contracts for 2026. We didn't have the city involvement that is required to achieve what you said in terms of looking at the broad experience of the spectators, looking at the whole journey. So without the involvement of the cities, which is different for 26. So the lack of involvement on the public sector impacted us in achieving these service levels that we always say on the pillars of Saint Denis Convention. So first lesson for us is that yes, security was not a problem. Security was not on the headlines. It doesn't mean we didn't have issues. No major incident, but it's still there are challenges to overcome when we talked moving from 11 cities, 11 stadiums in 25 to 16 for 26, and not only that, then moving to 3-country integration. Right? How do we achieve consistency now when it was already complicated to achieve consistency? And I want to really hear from our other colleagues from the participating clubs on their experience in terms of the service element, right? And how we get that. We have a strategy in place. We discussed that even before I moved to the US. In the past, we had one entity handling everything in Brazil, in Russia, in Qatar. They had the leadership, and this is not the case for 2026. So in 2025, we already had a feeling on how to make it work, how we engage with the 16 cities, multiple police agencies, federal governments, and without a defined hierarchy, right? US, we were saying now define a little bit with the White House Task Force. Canada is moving forward as well with they call integrated safety and security units. But how do we get to put everybody in the same room and considering all the legislation challenges, achieve some consistency across the board? Yeah, should I point up? Very good. This is for my colleagues from the teams. Long story short, massive challenge in terms of achieving the same service levels for the teams across the board, multiple jurisdictions. So we're working with escorts that go from county to county, and you have to change hands, right? And when you have cross-border, some teams were in base camp in a different state. And this was a big challenge. Again, there's no hierarchy, there's no leading agency. So a massive challenge in terms of contractual obligations. And in the US, without the city involvement, we had to engage in contract with the law enforcement for escorts of teams. And then a multiple number of contracts for one movement, right? Big challenge. For 26, it's going to be a bit different. Another contractual situation for us in terms of city involvement is on law enforcement participation itself. So we were having meetings with the police, and we were asked about the fees, which is not a common practice for our tournaments, all due to this contractual situation for 2025. As everybody knows, I mean, the tournament was defined with a really short time frame. But just to give an idea, we ended up having around 1,400 escorted movements, and looking forward to hear from experience of my colleagues and from the two clubs from 2025. This offer, and there's another important point on contractual obligations, that is for the first time in a FIFA event, there was a decision between the FIFA and the clubs to have the clubs taking care of their own security in their team base camps, which creates massive challenge, right? We are the ones that have all the relationships already on site, and then I imagine for the clubs arriving in the US and having to handle their own private security and everything in international setup. And I really imagine there's got complications, and we try to support as much as we could. But again, big dichotomy in terms of what we're going to do for next year, where FIFA will be handling everything. And when I talk base camps, and I don't like people talking that 25 was our test event, because it was a test event that was the size of the World Cup in Qatar. But just to give an idea, when we talk non-competition sites, my team is responsible for 90 base camp, 45 base camp hotels and 45 base camp training sites, only on the base camp side, not to mention all the venue hotels and the venue training sites. Will go for around 160 different sites across the USA only, not counting Canada and Mexico. Another challenge, and I mean a lot of lessons here, is related to the fact that the stadiums are, when you're not trained enough on a new approach, the first thing you do is to revert to your business as usual, to revert to your previous practices. And this is one of the biggest lessons for us, not only because we need more participation on the city authorities and so on the last mile, on the crowd management parts, and arrivals to stadiums and sharing information, defining, for example, the screening standards and the policy and procedures for entry points. We want to achieve a consistency because the fans going to a match, a Benfica match in Miami or a Benfica match in New York, you want to have the same experience. You don't want to be told that the umbrella that you brought yesterday are not allowed tomorrow, right? How do we make sure? And then this was one of the challenges, training the stadium staff to look at the crowd from a different perspective. And one of the points that we learned in the US is that around 50% of the NFL crowd comprise of season ticket holders, people that know the stadiums inside out, that they go there every weekend, right? Which is different from the international crowd and the international football fan. You arrive in a stadium they've never been before, and you need more information, you need more service. At the same time, how do we make sure that every stadium follow the same? So one of the points we have, and a lesson learned, is that for next year, not only we want to have this consistency approach, but also the stadiums need to understand that the World Cup operation is not their common operation. Just look at the footprint. If you see here on the maps, I mean, this is the base footprint in New York, New Jersey, with the stadium only and parking around. The 25 footprint is already different, already expanded, and the 26 is going to be even bigger, right? We want to show them that it's not a common NFL game, it's not a common MLS game, and or the same for Canada and the same for Mexico. Different setups, different crowds, different policies. Therefore, we need to invest more in training so people don't revert back to their business as usual. And there's a credentialing issue as well, but it's linked to the same problem. Stadiums are used to their own badges, it's used to their own type of accreditation for their normal staff on a daily basis. Providing information for background checks and so on also became a challenge. So it reverted from an accreditation issue to a staffing issue, but something that we are working on to solve for next year. Natural hazards, and this was massive, and this was on the headlines. Not only the situation we faced with extreme heat, but also with thunderstorms, with severe weather, impacted the matches for sure, not only because of the weather, but because of the protocols. We had a situation where FIFA follows the local guidelines. We do not create our own legislation where we go, right? So basically following the local guidelines mean different guidelines in different states. Meaning a match that would be stopped for lightning in 2 miles away from stadium, and another match potentially being stopped with lightning 12 miles away from stadium. Which was one of the cases, for example, a match that was stopped 5 minutes to the end of the match. The local authorities said we got to stop. 12 miles away, meaning it would take more than 5 minutes for the storm to reach the stadium. So this is the argument we're trying to put on the table. But again, we follow the incident command in the stadiums. It's part of the protocols. But we are looking now on how we standardize this process across every city, across the 3 countries. Really complicated, and I don't remember if the Portuguese clubs had this issue. I want to hear from you. But yeah, so looking at technology to identify, the weather systems, potentially having the same weather systems across the board, something that FIFA wants to invest on. We had a lot of issues on the opposite side as well with the heat. Due to the time frame we selected for the matches, looking at the international broadcast, having the European clubs playing in a suitable time in Europe, for example, that means playing in the US in a time frame that, if you look at here, I apologize, it's Fahrenheit, use Celsius here, right? So basically around 38 to 40 degrees Celsius. If you look at the matches played, around 2, 3, and 4. Definitely a complicated matter that we have to solve before December when we have the draw on how we're going to place those games. And considering extended footprint with now including Mexico, including Texas, with really high temperatures as well, as you can see here. On the football side, we work with the cooling breaks and everything. I think that worked well. But at the same time that you have the same situation with extreme heat, you have on the same day, and this is where I say that it hit the headlines, we had a case where a sunny day in New York with a match delayed because of a thunderstorm. So how do we manage that is one of our biggest challenges. We have specialists now working with us, I call like voodoo magic, trying to get all those parameters aligned on the time that we want to broadcast those matches, and how we make it, when you look at the spectator, we're talking about welcoming events, right? We're talking about having the best experience. And this is one of the points that I think that impacted on the experience for sure, to the point that I think not only that, but due to the crowd dynamics in the US, we had around 20% of people arriving after kickoff. So, and that's where I'm coming now. Looking at fan behavior, we didn't have ultra fan groups. We had some spirited fan groups, which is something that we've been working. UEFA colleagues supported us as well on that, in raising awareness in the USA. It's not something that commonly happened there. Those large congregations, fan marches. We had officers that first time they heard about fan marches was in a visit with us to matches here in Europe. So how preparing them is part of the work we've been doing the past 2 years to understand the behavior, the dynamics of fans moving and changing seats in the stadium. It's not something that happens there, and therefore people are not trained for it, right? So they do not know how to handle it. Flags and banners, also massive, something new for them. Some stadiums, they're not even allowed to bring a flag. Can you imagine that in a football game? You cannot bring a flag of Porto or Benfica to a game. I think it's going to be complicated, right? Pyrotechnics, we even had to create some additional training because people are really not used to, and really interested in that FIFA supporting law enforcement and creating their own training, not only on detection and mitigation, etc. We deployed private canine in support to that, because pat downs also not common practice. So when you look at the whole assessment, and some fan groups that we know that on our risk analysis we understood that they would have potentially pyro, and our intel team picked that as well. We said, okay, I mean, the team here is really not used to find it. How we create last-minute training packages and additional resources to help them. So we create a whole guideline document. We create a train the trainer, really, I mean, to raise the bar a little bit. And it's something we were looking to do for 2026. And another point that is lessons for us as well, the stadium, the infrastructure of the stadium is a bit different. So when we have the team sit in the technical seats, and Nuno, remember, I mean, you have fans all around you. So how we create some sort of additional support for the teams and adapting football to the local infrastructure, right? On the flags and banners, this is something that also lesson learned for everyone. And Rodrigo, when you talk about 2030, in the complicated world we live in, right? When geopolitics became, I would say, almost 50% of the work at the entry points, at the gates. Because each and every message now has to be reviewed by a human rights specialist. And I use a small example that a Palestine flag is not a problem because Palestine is indeed a FIFA member. But messages supporting one or the other side are considered political messages, therefore not allowed under our statutes. So we have, and do we think a normal guard in a stadium gate has the knowledge of all the conflicts in the world nowadays? So it's a big, big push. We have a system that picked around 3,000 applications. Let's go back to, sorry. Around 3,000 applications for different flags, different messages. And we connect that into a system where our human rights colleagues can also support. And this is only talking about a message that we can understand. And when we talk the World Cup with the 48 different nationalities, we are preparing to be able to get language service support to help us to understand a message in Uzbekistanish, if that's a language, right? Cabo Verde just qualified, so Portuguese will be easier. But again, maybe for us, but looking into, again, the stadium gate person knowing that information. What are the conflicts between Portugal is a peaceful country, but are there geopolitical nuance that might come in Portuguese they might not be able to identify? So on our side, we also develop, just checking, I have 30 minutes, right? Good? Very good. So when I like the audience, it's complicated. So basically, we defined the whole process in developing an intelligence products. You might look and say, but why FIFA working so much on the intelligence side? We realized the gap on the football-specific knowledge, right? So we create a whole structure on our side to help the local authorities, the police departments, in producing football-related intelligence. The FUM arches, for example, right? What kind of information they need for that when some of them didn't even know what a FUM arch is. So our team were collecting information on gatherings in different parts of town, of use of pyro, if these teams are used to it or not. We worked in collaboration with all our confederations. We create a panel before the event where the specialists from UEFA, CAF, CONCACAF, CONMEBOL, all the federation across the globe would share information because they are handling those clubs on a daily basis, right? They are responsible for that. They do matches here. Nuno, how many matches per week, right? So you guys have much more knowledge on how to handle your club fans than FIFA does. So we created this network, collecting all this data, providing an analysis, more important than just the data, but providing analysis to our partners. And we are part of a broader platform, a broader network, where this information is pushed through or through like more than 150 organizations working across the 10 host cities, 11 stadiums, getting direct information from confederations, from clubs, from previous incidents. So all the misbehavior of the Porto, Benfica fans, they're the best ones. Not because I'm here, but all this information on good behavior, on bad behavior, on what to expect, so that the cities and law enforcement could prepare themselves better, right? Understanding the crowd is the first. Understanding your client is the first step. A little bit on protests. We saw, again, considering the current environment we're living in, the current geopolitical scenario, we actually didn't have much. There was a lot focused, against FIFA, which is basically just a walk in the park for us. This is our business as usual, but nothing really major that we could expect. There were other political protests across the country that impacted our operations, and we expect to have that. But again, the intelligence side supported us, and it was very, very important for us to get accurate information. So, for example, when you had protests in Los Angeles that generated the cities ended up establishing a curfew. So we got to know that before the curfew was announced, and we moved our teams out of the curfew zone. So just emphasizing again the importance of that. If the team hotel was going to be impacted, we could take the same decision, and so on and so forth. A little bit of the client feedback. So all the positive notes on the quality of football, the atmosphere, everybody, in the end of the day, everybody was worried with the football fans, and they actually create a massive atmosphere that the stadiums were not really prepared for, and they said, hey, this was just amazing. So this is the good side of football, right? Apart from a few incidents with the pyrotechnics, but in general, very good atmosphere. People felt the difference, the passion of football fans. The teams, one of the feedbacks we have, and I want to hear from the colleagues if it's true, the professionalism of staff, which is something that, again, don't take anything I say as a criticism to the structures. People are very professional in the U.S., but in a way of doing things, we just need to tweak it to make it football-oriented. For media as well, a little bit of the services we provide was also very well noted. And some of the negative feedback, again, what I said, last mile, linked to the service, the piece that was missing on the link, on the client journey with services the cities should be providing, but not having a whole city involvement definitely did not help us. The heat, again, if you're a fan and you're queuing outside at 40 degrees, of course it's a tricky situation. The entry policies and unclear information. You go to one stadium, this is allowed. You go to a separate stadium, different procedure. That's definitely something, one of our key targets for next year, and improving that. And on the visa side, I think the teams already know. We're working, it's one of the objectives of this recently established task force under the federal government to facilitate and really speed up these processes. Lastly, let's say, where are we going, right? Big challenge 25, as I said, is a tournament of the size of the World Cup. I don't like calling it a test event. Right? I mean, how do you test something with the same size and scope that you did 4 years ago for the Rio World Cup? So 64 games and so on, and not 63. And now we're going to 104. Long journey. The training will be a massive key of success and the resilience of those teams on the ground, delivering 108 games for almost 2 months of operations from the moment the teams arrive in the country. And one number that I want to show here is like when you're going from 262 sites, and this is the big challenge on my team, how you prepare plans and train people for around 600 sites that will be responsible across the 3 countries, and at the same time you achieve consistency. No pressure, right? So looking forward and maybe to answer some questions and discuss that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rodrigo, once again for having us, and looking forward for a fruitful discussion with the panel, with the colleagues.
Thank you very much, Andrew. O Andrew Reis tem mais de 20 anos de experiência em segurança.
Andre Reis has more than 20 years of experience in public security, risk management, preparedness and leadership in insurance roles, spanning host country planning, infrastructure and operational execution of FIFA local organization. And he is currently, as I mentioned, responsible for planning and security operations FIFA. Helmut Spann has even a longer curriculum. He is currently Director of Security, Safety and Access of FIFA, but for many years he was Head of Security for the German Football Association. He served also as Head of Security for the 2006 FIFA World Cup Germany. So he has been in many of these big organizations, as I said, in the World Cup in 2006 and 2011. He was also responsible for security for the FIFA Women's World Cup Germany, and also UEFA Euro 2012 in Ukraine and Poland as the host countries. And now I ask to join us, please, Carlos Carvalho, who is Security Director of Football Club do Porto, and Nuno Constâncio, Security Director of Sporting Lisbon Benfica, who were the 2 clubs, as we know, were at the Club World Cup.
Okay, I'm gonna speak in Portuguese, so you have the translation.
Yeah.
Ok.
Good.
A primeira grande pergunta que tenho é para o Andrew, que é
Andre, how can a country, one single country, the US, where you said everything went well, that there had not been any big issues, security issues, so now how can we replicate that in 3 different countries with 3 different cultures? Mexico is completely different from the US, and then US and Canada, in addition to the political tension which have come to light recently. So how are you going to manage this? Very briefly. And it's not it's a very complex issue, so it's not easy to answer, but we have been focusing a lot on security as a service. So if you look at the previous World Cups, as I mentioned, there was an entity that had set a concept of security as a service. So when we sat down with the city to discuss this, we broke down that concept into services. So we put that on the table and we said that at least from the service we expect this level of service. So I'm not going to tell you how you're going to achieve this, but this is the minimum level of service. So this must be across the countries, laid down across the... Exactly. If I go to Mexico, if my team goes to Mexico, it can't be any different from playing in the US, for example. Precisely. Let's say that now if we are accompanying, escorting the teams. If, for example, the US is using cars, but in Mexico we have buses, it is not up to us to decide, but we need to establish that all will have to be escorted in all of their official movements. This is something that we agreed across the board. So a minimum level of service that will be replicated. Helmut.
It is a real issue.
Yeah, I think the problem is, thank you, Andre, for that, but I think it's much bigger because we are trying to convince everybody that we organize one World Cup, not a World Cup in the US, not a World Cup in Canada, and not a World Cup in Mexico. It's difficult. There's a different mentality. Soccer is in the US, not, let's say, the top sport. In Mexico, it's completely different. In Canada and in the US, it's more women's football. And the geopolitical situation is also a very difficult one. Normally, we as FIFA, we expect visa-free travel. If you are a ticket holder and we have one World Cup, you can travel to 3 countries. I think it's not, let's say, a secret that the political tensions between the US and Mexico are maybe not the best. It's the same with Canada. But to cooperate, to communicate, and really to work together as one team is one of our, let's say, biggest challenges. And for 2030, Rodrigo, where we have Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, Spain, Portugal, and Morocco, we are starting now that the countries are a little bit fighting who is doing the opening, who is doing the final. Morocco is building a stadium with 120,000 seats, so they would like to be on the top. You are right. You would like to have Portugal a little bit. Yeah, let's say more.
The tensions between Spain, Portugal, and Morocco are not the same between Mexico, US, and Canada. That's clear.
Yeah, that's correct. But we have also 3 confederations. We have CONMEBOL, we have CAF, and we have UEFA. In UEFA, the standards are really high. So Spain, Portugal, I fully agree. Morocco has now a couple of tournaments really to test. They will play also the CHAN and African Cup of Nations in Morocco. But it's always tricky, even when we have only a tournament in the US, to bring the different federal states together. And in the previous editions, it was much easier if you have one host country. So Qatar was the easiest World Cup ever. One counterpart, yeah? One decision maker.
Even for media.
Yeah, even for media. And I will do my best for Portugal, but beside what you mentioned, the Korean football, I served also 23 years as a policeman, and therefore I will retire next year. I'm turning 65, so I will be as a tourist in Portugal and will look what my colleagues are trying to prepare.
Meus senhores, estiveram ambos nos Estados Unidos, no Mundial.
Gentlemen, we were both at the World Cup in the US. Tell us, what was the biggest challenge that Porto faced in security terms in the North American organization? Did you have visa issues, for example? No. Well, let me first greet everybody. Good morning. And allow me to start by underscoring service, safety and security. Because we often focus a lot on, and this has changed, we have tend to focus a lot on safety and security as the central pillar, although services and safety in general impact security initially, and then the impact coming through the security means, infrastructure, etc., and other complementary means. But before all of this triangle that we cannot forget, and I'm summarizing this, there is something underpinning this, and that is planning. Everything begins with planning. When we are establishing concepts, very well, we have these concepts, but how we are going to implement them. It's essentially what we were saying here. Safety is linked to infrastructure and how we relate to it and how it relates to us. And then we have service. And that is what raises the biggest challenges, because it's linked to what André was saying earlier. For example, how the fans are serviced, how the media outlets are services, and how they change from state to state. And that was true. How things were assembled, how we were welcomed in the different stadiums, the searches. In some stadiums, we were searched twice, although we already had accreditation. The escorting that we expected to create some problems. There were no issues with that. And also security had no issues. So I think that the biggest issue was service, because they were not used to welcoming supporters and fans in this way, which is not usual in the United States. And also standardization, which is not easy. Even in one single country, sometimes it's not easy to standardize from city to city, because we are people and we see things differently. So standardization is one. And events like these help us to raise awareness to this need to walk in the same direction, because we are providing a service to everyone and we are a stakeholder in ensuring standardization. Thank you very much for your clarification, but you didn't answer my question. Did Porto feel any particular problem in the United States in the World Cup? No, only service. This is what I was trying to say. It might sound like a detail, but service, FIFA. We had the team alliance officer and the supporter alliance officer also. They gave us all of the support, and if we had any issue we could communicate to them and they would report to FIFA. So at the level of security there weren't any issues. I'm talking about the operation overall. And what about Benfica? You came to the finals, so you stayed in the US longer than Porto. Did you also feel this that Carlos has just mentioned, so different issues in different stadiums? Well, let me start by greeting everyone and thank you for the invitation. No, we did not feel such a big difference from stadium to stadium. We played 3 games in Florida, another one in Carolina, and we could have felt a significant difference between the two because we switched states. But I would say that the issues were the same more or less as when we changed stadiums within the same country. But let me highlight the biggest challenges that we felt. Preparation times for the World Cup. Everything was very concentrated, very intense. In a very intense season, we had a lot of games, so we had to get ready for a Club World Cup. That was something new for everyone. So, considering all of the pressure under which we were, the European competitions, national games, and we are getting ready for a World Cup, and we had no experience there. Nobody had. It was the first time it was being held, and the different reality, the North American. We play games in Europe with different realities in different countries, which is no longer a big challenge for us in spite of the differences in culture. There is some standardization of criteria in UEFA, which means that more or less we face games in the same way in Poland or in Spain. However, this was new. So preparation times were too tight and thus represented a challenge. Nonetheless, FIFA teams lent us excellent support with very professional staff that granted us support in the practice fields, the hotels, with a lot of choice. And then in December 2024, when we knew the results of the draw, when we started working on the team, everything moved very quickly. And then UEFA organized a conference in Miami, and these were 2-3 intense days of exchanges. And there already we realized that the organization was very well structured and thinking about all of the details. And FIFA, it was clear that FIFA knew that it was going to deal with large clubs from very different realities, from different countries that were not used to playing in the American context, which, as Andre said, excellent, well-prepared country for large sports events. There is no question about that. And but they weren't as well prepared for our football. They know their football, the American football, with different types of dynamics and supporters.
The main, I watched the World Cup by the television. So the severe weather was a big issue. How do you deal with this to the fans, to the teams, to the referees, to the media? It was a nightmare for us here in Portugal, here in Europe. So for the World Cup, how can we solve this problem?
Yeah, difficult to say. So we have no influence in regard to the weather. But what we do after the final draw, we will, let's say, review again the match schedule. And in relation to the kickoff times, for sure, we would like to have, let's say, a 3 p.m. or at least a 6 p.m. kickoff for the European teams, that the people can watch it here. But 3 p.m. or 12 p.m. is in some areas, in some countries, especially also in Mexico, very hot. And our experience was that we must do a lot in advance. So we had cooling buses, we had additional water. So for the spectators, it was allowed to bring bottles into the stadium, which is normally forbidden. We are trying to mitigate as much as possible. But we cannot have a match schedule where the European teams only play at 12 or at 3 p.m. So we have to wait and see how we can, let's say, adjust
But this is a big issue.
Yeah, I fully agree. And also, normally we have clear rules and regulations in place, and we have also clear requirements. But one big issue is a lot of the stadiums, they don't have a roof. So we expect people to arrive early. So we will have the opening gates 3 hours before kickoff. And if you are in the Rose Bowl and you have 35 or 38 degrees, we cannot expect that people are coming and sitting 2 hours before kickoff in the stadium. So we have to do something around to bring them early to the stadium, fan activation zones, shadow places, additional water, and then that. That's the only thing you can do. Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you.
And the storm procedures, it's a problem.
Yeah. I think so. Andrew, esta questão do tempo das paragens.
Time and the stops, the interruptions were an issue. Benfica faced that twice. So how do you deal with the teams, the referees on the one hand, and also at the level of security, from a security perspective? What do you do with the fans if a game is interrupted for 2 years, not to speak of the spectators on television? So what do they do for 2 hours? Can they leave the stadium and go for a walk? There are procedures. And some federal guidelines do exist. So if you need, for example, a sheltering place, so taking out of the people out of their seats from the stadium and bringing them into the closed facilities, and that cannot be changed. There is a regulation. What we are trying to do is to establish a standard across the board for when this happens, and once more, working together with the authorities. If, for example, the thunder is striking at, let's say, 12 miles, for example, in one stadium there was a, we are talking about a thunder strike at 10 miles, but we knew that the storm was going in the opposite direction, so we knew it wasn't coming towards the stadium. But because of liability, we had to follow the instructions of the area official, the area officer. And are they flexible enough to change and adjust? We are working with FEMA, the Federal Event Management Authority, to discussing with them how these rules shall be implemented, so that we don't have different implementation of the rules. For example, in Charlotte, 12 miles, and somewhere else at 10 miles. So we try to influence as much as we can. There are states who have very old climate regulations, so we are trying to create standardization for all stadiums. And for example, coming back to your question, if, for example, you have 50,000 people sitting in the benches and then you have to take them into the stadiums in indoor facilities, and 2 hours later bringing them back, it is very tiresome. It's a Herculean task. And we had to do this twice. Not to imagine the impact on the concessions, etc. Don't forget that we're working for the fans, but we still must ensure for the best experience of the fans, but we must also ensure their security. So step by step we try to improve things as much as we can in such a broad scope reality with very different countries. Thank you very much, Andre. We still have 10 or 15 minutes for a discussion extended to our audience. We have a full auditorium here in Wiesel, so feel free now to ask questions to our guests. Please don't be shy. Excellent. We have a hand in the air here. Good morning. I have a question for Andre. You mentioned geopolitical issues and the challenges linked to that. And picking up on one of Paul Serge's questions, in the United States, some delegations may not be able to come in, especially considering what Donald Trump has been saying. So how are you going to overcome this? What type of conversations are you holding? Not easy. No, it's not going to be easy. Let me speak according to our experience at FIFA. We have our own statute. And let's see if there is some law that will oblige us to change, simplifying. So in our regulation, it states clearly what is allowed and what is not allowed. And what we don't want is the services, officers, local services to take those type of decisions. So we sit down with our human rights and governance relations staff, and we say, well, now, today, against this backdrop of conflicts, these are the messages that we want to send out and that we want to disseminate in the stadiums, and this is what we have from previous jobs. Let me give you an example, but not linked to the United States. In Iran, for example, we could not prohibit the Iranian flag. However, a manifestation against the regime was considered a political manifestation, which we would not allow. So, if the country has a rule from any country that overlaps our own standards and rules, then we cannot go against that. So if they take any specific national security regulation, just as in other countries previously, FIFA cannot adopt any attitude against any security regulation.
In addition to that,
Helmut?
sorry, only one minute. As Andre mentioned, we have clear statutes, rules and regulations in place, especially in human rights, anti-racism, diversity, and. We are in different countries, and the world is changing dramatically fast. So we don't know what in 9 months will be the geopolitical situation. Hopefully the conflict in Israel and Gaza is really finished, maybe not. What is going on in Ukraine, Russia, and so on. The first team who qualified for the World Cup was Iran. And Iran is on the list in the US. As an Iranian, you don't get a visa, full stop. There are a couple of other countries. There is an agreement, yeah, the team can play, but what about the fans? What about the staff? If there is a bigger group, will that be declined? So our job is now, also on the political level, especially with the White House task force, to make that happen. Yeah, it must be possible for every qualified team to travel to the US and also for their teams. Yeah, the world is changing fast, and we have now the situation that the President of the United States said, okay, there are a couple of unsafe cities like, okay, Chicago is not a host city, but to others. Maybe I take them out, yeah, and bring the National Guard there, and then we have to change our schedule. This is not.
But Helmut, the last answer is for the local authorities. US, Mexico, and Canada, not FIFA. That's for sure.
Yeah, but
you can pressure.
Yeah, we have to do our job.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a political answer. Thank you. Mais questões?
More questions? In the third row, we have a hand in the air. Thank you very much for your presentations. I have a question for Andrea, but perhaps Helmut as well. You mentioned lessons learned, and also and since we are drawing quickly very close to the World Cup, and considering the countries that will be hosting, what is the biggest lesson that you think you can apply from the World Cup to the 2026 Cup? For me, the biggest lesson, and considering the time, and time cannot be an excuse, but the time for delivery that we had. We normally say that the World Cup was a startup that we managed to set up in 6 months. So it was very short time. And we're already working on this, how to train teams and staff. And coming back to your question, Madam. If we're training somebody to identify a certain message, that person will only be able to identify. So when training a whole team, we need to give them the necessary basic information that they need, not the entire political system. So we are already working on the teams in the hotels and training centers. Hope to close that by the end of the year to address the local specificities. And I mentioned the fan march that in the US they weren't used to. We are telling staff to go and watch games in South America and Europe and now CAF. All of this is capacity building. It is part of the preparation. 104 games, that is quite a bit. And all of the teams arriving before the games. So this involves a lot of people, and training is key. From today, well, from the last whistle blow of the World Cup all the way down to the kickoff of 2026.
Do you want to say something about this issue?
Lessons learned.
Lessons learned. Yeah, lesson learned for me is more or less really to work together as one team. We had different host cities, but every host city was doing things in their own way. And what we need is consistency in all the host cities, in all the 3 countries. and that's not always easy. The most, let's say, common.
As pessoas, no caso agora das seleções, a venda de bilhetes está a ser rapidíssima.
De discussão bem interessante. Nuno e Carlos, começo agora por si, Nuno. Se tivesse que dar um conselho, depois da vossa experiência do verão, um conselho à FIFA, estão aqui dois homens da segurança, dois dos top da segurança da FIFA para o Campeonato do Mundo. Qual seria o conselho que você daria, Nuno?
Olha, devia dizer que, na medida do possível, e visto que temos sempre timings muito apertados, um contacto direto, mais antecipado com as equipas. Neste caso, para o próximo Mundial, serão as seleções. Quanto mais cedo nos integrarmos e trabalharmos em conjunto, melhor o nosso planeamento enquanto equipas irá de encontro às expectativas da FIFA como organizador e vice-versa. Há muito bons exemplos que podemos retirar e, se me permite, gostava de destacar aqui só dois que foram experiências que correram para nós muito bem e que eu acho que podem replicar no próximo campeonato. Duas figuras que foram essenciais no acompanhamento das equipas. O designado Team Liaison Officer e um Team Security Liaison Officer. Duas pessoas que acompanhavam a equipa permanentemente, em que era o ponto de ligação entre a equipa e a organização, já para não falar numa terceira que remotamente nos acompanhava através da sede em Miami, mas que foram incansáveis no acompanhamento e no esclarecimento de todas as questões. Especificamente, e com quem eu lidei mais de perto, obviamente, o Team Security Liaison Officer era alguém com quem eu todos os dias reunia, acertava os planos do dia seguinte, tudo o que era questões relacionadas com a relação com as autoridades, com a segurança privada, com tudo isso, ele era o meu ponto de contacto. Nunca nos falhou uma escolta, nunca nos falhou presença de segurança privada conforme estava definido, e acertarmos todos esses detalhes, e para mim foi uma figura bastante importante, que me apoiou muito nas questões da segurança propriamente. Do ponto de vista dos adeptos, há algumas diferenças que eu acho que, em relação ao que estamos habituados na Europa, e que eu acho que as seleções no campeonato do próximo ano vão levar também para os Estados Unidos, a questão dos pontos de encontro dos adeptos, das marchas dos adeptos, que percebemos que não é uma realidade, como o André também referiu, não é uma realidade americana, e que nós também nos sentimos isso quando questionamos a FIFA e as autoridades locais sobre qual é o ponto de encontro que nos recomendam para os nossos adeptos, coisa que fazemos habitualmente nos Jogos Europeus. E eles disseram-nos, não, aqui é ao contrário. Digam-nos vocês onde é que querem ir, o que é que querem fazer, e depois nós ajustamos e monitorizamos. Não é melhor nem pior, é uma abordagem diferente, mas foi uma diferença que sentimos na forma de gerir. Do ponto de vista dos adeptos, o feedback que eu tive até do meu colega SLO foi que foi uma boa experiência para os adeptos. Não tivemos um número assim tão grande de adeptos a acompanhar os jogos, mas não tivemos, pelo menos, reporte de más experiências. Houve experiências diferentes em cada estádio, como acontece sempre, mas não temos reporte de más experiências, por isso acho que, de uma forma geral, os nossos adeptos se sentiram bem acolhidos.
Carlos.
Subscrevendo aqui um bocadinho todas aqui as menções do Nuno, na realidade nós sentimos algumas diferenças no tratamento dos adeptos de um estádio para o outro, na abordagem, isto também a forma como as autoridades interviam junto dos adeptos e potenciavam o serviço e tentavam garantir um serviço de forma diferente. Portanto, o conselho, e sendo muito sucinto e direito, eu julgo que a uniformização de abordagem, a uniformização junto das autoridades, não só das autoridades policiais, mas proteção civil, de todas as entidades que contribuem para um ambiente seguro e para que o evento na sua globalidade, não uma operação de segurança, uma operação de evento, porque eu não gosto muito de falar da operação de segurança porque acho que é redutor e acho que o evento sim funciona e reflete aquilo que todas as operações, que as operações das várias áreas contribuem para um planeamento, para um evento em ambiente seguro. Eu acho muito sinceramente que a abordagem é tentar unificar procedimentos das forças de segurança, e quando estamos a falar de países diferentes, portanto com abordagens diferentes, sabendo que, pelo menos no que me toca aqui em Portugal, não tenho dúvida nenhuma, e vamos imaginar no Mundial 2030, que esses procedimentos serão facilmente aplicados, porque existe uma experiência passada, uma atuação presente e, de certeza, e uma melhoria futura nos pequenos pontos que ainda não estão completamente aprimorados. Eu diria que seria este ponto.
Carlos, muito obrigado. Nuno, muito obrigado. Helmut, muito
Foi
obrigado.
certinho como
Andrei?
a gente combinou.
Diga?
Certinho como a gente combinou.
Ô Andrei, eu acho que o Helmut não é muito seu amigo. Sabe porquê? Porque lhe disse
deu um
há pouco,
desafio
logo
muito
no
grande.
início, disse-lhe que está à espera de si em Zurique em outubro. Para quem deixa Miami para vir para Zurique, não pode ser seu amigo. Meus senhores, muito obrigado, foi um prazer.
Obrigado.
Caros participantes, vamos agora fazer uma pausa para almoço. Retomaremos os trabalhos às 14 horas. Pedimos a vossa pontualidade para que possamos retomar a sessão da tarde sem atrasos. Desejamos a todos um ótimo almoço. agradecer a todos os oradores e também agradecer de forma muito especial a Paulo Sérgio, que voltará a estar connosco amanhã. Habituado a entrar em nossa casa pela televisão, hoje troca os estúdios pelo palco. Com a energia de sempre, a boa disposição que todos conhecemos e a arte de conduzir conversas, vamos receber com uma salva de palmas Jorge Gabriel. Está aqui uma alteração no guião, mas as palmas são sempre merecidas para o Jorge Gabriel. Vamos chamar novamente a palco o Paulo Sérgio. Obrigada. Seja bem-vindo novamente.
Estava de folga durante a tarde, afinal.
Parecia, eu
Exatamente.
isso,
Ainda
pessoal.
tenho aqui mais um debate.
Até já.
Então, até já. O Jorge Gabriel já se junta a nós depois deste próximo debate. E o próximo debate é, eu diria, tão interessante como foi o da parte da manhã, porque vamos gerir a complexidade. Quanto maior a nau, maior a tormenta, costuma dizer o povo português na sua eterna sabedoria. E, portanto, grandes palcos, grandes desafios, é aquilo que temos para, enfim, começar esta sessão da parte da tarde. E para se juntar a mim aqui em palco, chamo o Coronel Adriano Rocha, chefe de Divisão de Emprego Operacional do Departamento Operacional da Guarda Nacional Republicana. Sr. Coronel, faz favor. Tenho que pôr os óculos, é outro dos problemas da idade. Sr. Coronel, bem-vindo. Faça favor. Dan Humphreys, que é o adjunto do planeamento policial do Campeonato da Europa de 2028, no Reino Unido e Irlanda do Norte. How are you, Humphrey?
Thanks, you.
Take the seat, please. E por fim, o Guilherme Garcia, que é responsável de consultoria de estádios e arenas da IMG. Ele que é espanhol, mas não faz a cesta. Estivemos ali a falar sobre esse assunto, faz mais ou menos.
Hi again.
Guilherme. Muito obrigado. Thank you very much. Dan Humphreys, kick off. The stage is from you.
Thank you. So yes, good afternoon everyone. I'm Dan Humphreys. I work in UK policing. I'm from the Metropolitan Police on secondment as one of the lead planners for Euro 28. It's an absolute honour to be here, so thank you for having me. And to have this opportunity to be able to share with you some of our early sort of strategic planning approach, if you like, for Euro 28, which may seem some time off, but I picked this up in June 24. That time has flown by and we're already 2 years, 9 months away, and not that I'm counting. But yeah, it's going to quickly disappear, and so, can't emphasise enough the importance of early planning. So I'm going to just give you a brief overview of Euro 28 for those that don't know, so some of the venues and stats and figures, if you like. And then the key organisations, governance and delivery partnership, some of the safety and security, sort of law enforcement operational challenges, and then go into the planning coordination approach across UK and, of course, Ireland, strategic and operational delivery, and then the police and law enforcement approach to a safe and welcoming tournament, we hope. So what is Euro 28? It's a men's football tournament owned by UEFA. It's expected to be June, July 28, and I say expectant because there's a media launch in November this year where, amongst the numerous things that will be announced, the match schedule and how many games each venue will have and all that kind of detail will be sort of launched. 51 matches, 4 host nations, so Euro 28 UK and Ireland, but of course within the UK we've got England, Scotland, Wales, and then of course Ireland. With Northern Ireland no longer being a host nation. Oh,
festivals, 10 plus fan zones, 8 host cities, 9 world famous stadia, as we call it, so an average of 60,000 average capacity, some slightly less, some slightly more, integrated mobility plans, numerous volunteers, 31-day tournaments, best-in-class training facilities, numerous airports and ports and everything else such as that. So just a bit of context, I guess, behind the tournament. So where are the games then? So there's Hampden Park in Glasgow, Scotland, of course, the Dublin Arena in Ireland, the National Stadium of Wales in Cardiff, and then in England we have St James's Park in Newcastle, the City of Manchester Stadium, which is Manchester City Stadium, Everton Stadium in Liverpool, Villa Park in Birmingham, and then in London we have the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium and Wembley Stadium, where we're expectant of the semi-finals and finals to take place. So obviously we're working across a huge partnership, if you like, so some of those key organisations and governance, although not exhaustive, include UEFA as the event owners, UK and Ireland 28 Limited, who are a private body tasked to deliver and coordinate the tournament, football associations, host governments, host cities, host stadiums, policing, for which I speak, and local authorities, councils, and so on. So delivery is dependent on a range of partners, and many decisions will be reserved by UEFA, they are the event owners. And then UK and Ireland 28 Limited is the private company who has been established to coordinate and deliver with domestic partners and hosting responsibilities. UK and other government partners have committed to the delivery of government guarantees, so all our decisions and all our, have to be kind of in line with those government guarantees, which will be nothing new to you, I'm sure. So I'm just going to touch on some of the sort of safety and security, sort of law enforcement, operational challenges. So many of these will be really familiar with you, and I'm sure the same challenges that you and we all will face in all our events and various other things. But some probably a little bit more unique to the UK, which I'll allude to. So serious disorder, yes, obviously we want to prevent disorder. Final at Wembley in 2021, I think we all saw what happened there. There's been a lot of change and learning that's come from that, Casey review and all this kind of thing. So we're in a really good place now in terms of some of that more permanent infrastructure and some of those kind of mitigating factors that would negate similar issues from happening. But obviously, we host football week in, week out. Disorder, crime, all that kind of stuff, it's stuff that we want to mitigate, minimise, and obviously a crime and disorder-free tournament would be a really good one for us, and I'd take in each and every one of those incidents personally, should they happen. So 4 countries, 4 governments. The challenge with that is that we're working to differing legal systems, devolved powers and legislation and so on, so England and Wales will work slightly differently to Scotland and Ireland in terms of legislation. So, we're doing that work now to kind of reach out to them, establish where those gaps are, can we fill them? And again, the importance of early planning, things like legislation, certainly in the UK, takes a lot of time. So, where we need to make changes and, lessen those gaps, and this gives us the opportunity to do that. The fact that we picked this up so soon, 4 years out, so to speak. And of course, we have some quite powerful legislation in the UK, particularly around football. Drinking in view of pitches, pitch encroachment, acting in a certain disorderly way, hate crime and chanting and things like that is an offence for which you'd be arrested in England and Wales. And associated to that, of course, is football banning orders, and I'll touch on those in a short while. Scotland and Ireland work slightly differently there. So, of course, there's an opportunity for us there to sort of bridge those gaps, because one thing, and I've heard this a lot today from the FIFA guys and so on, is around standardisation and trying to achieve consistency across all of the host nations as best we can. And where we can't, where can we work collectively as a partnership, in terms of comm strategies, and how do we get that messaging out for a greater fan experience, make it more welcoming, i.e., there may be occasions when you receive a slightly different service in Ireland than you will in England and everything else like that, which is fine, and we'll try and reduce that as much as we can. But it's how we communicate that and make it as good a fan experience as possible. The convention, obviously, we've spoken about that, safety, security, service. Host forces, so I'll bring a slide up in a minute which kind of alludes to my team sitting in the middle of a wider host forces. So we're working across 8 host forces, but each one of them maintain its own operational independence, which is really important. We sit centrally from a strategic function in order to sort of support, advise, guide as best we can, provide them with products and subject matter expertise in order for them to then deliver their plans, command, control, communications locally within that force. But of course, this is where I refer back to standardization, consistency, and that's where we are, tasked to sort of bring that all together. Hate crime, violence against women and girls, domestic abuse. Obviously, there's data out there to suggest that during a tournament period that does unfortunately rise somewhat on occasion. So obviously we're putting some heavy investment in terms of how we tackle that. Fan marches, again, it's already been alluded to, but again, we're doing a lot of work around fan marches. And some of these things are sort of unique, I guess, to an everyday football match in the UK. Yes, we have fan marches there. Obviously, we're used to big European clubs coming over, Portugal, various other places, and doing their thing in pre-matches and stuff like that. But I think, from a Euros and tournament perspective, obviously that does present a sort of unique challenge. Stewarding and infrastructure, although my primary focus is on law enforcement and policing, it is a consideration that's something we need to work collaboratively with together. What does that look like? Wider infrastructure in terms of barriers, hostile vehicle mitigation and various other things like that, which are all considerations for us all collectively. Mobility. So again, we've already spoken about mobility. It's a little bit easier in the UK and Ireland as opposed to America, Canada and Mexico, 3 ginormous countries in their own rights. The UK and Ireland, although it's 4 countries, still quite small in the scale of things. And so mobility is less challenging, but ultimately, people need to travel around the country. They don't just play at one venue. And so we're doing some work around that. Protected persons, so yeah, that's within the UK as well as international visitors. Event concurrency, so we're obviously going through a pretty challenging and tough time in the UK at the moment, as the whole world is, in terms of politics, tensions, and everything else like that. The protest picture is pretty significant, and of course, June, July is a busy time anyway, with business as usual and stuff with other events. So we're looking at what does that capacity capability look like. Do we have enough resources to fulfill all these obligations? Do we need to look at specific training around, some of those specialisms and all those kind of considerations? But they're things that are happening now and cannot wait because that takes some time to turn around. Fan zones, again, yes, we've talked about that. But of course, that doesn't just impact on host forces. It's that how does the Euros impact on the country as a whole? Because, of course, we know that all town centres, cities, venues are all going to be busy during the Euro time because they're all going to want to show the games and have, non-official activations and all those kind of considerations that we collectively within law enforcement need to consider. Ticketless fans, I think it was something in the region of 1 million ticketless fans were believed to go to Germany during Euro 24. So again, it's that added consideration. Some of them will just want to be involved in, some of the official activations, fan walks and things. The Dutch in particular, obviously it was huge and people will come over specifically just to be involved in that. Not that there are any issues, but it's the sheer volume of people that we need to consider. OSPs, International Police Coordination Centre, or Cooperation Centre as some may know. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit more detail in a couple of slides' time. Educating visitors, as I've already said, around some of those differences in the experience they may receive from one to another where we can't narrow that gap. Terrorism, drones, cybercrime. Obviously, we've now had the Protect Duty passed within the UK, which is a pretty unique bit of legislation around, with more onus on event providers, venues, to be able to put on those sort of specific additional measures and responsibility and accountability and everything else like that. So, and obviously, that picture is in the UK is something that we always need to consider. And then protest, again, international affairs, and Andre covered that, earlier on. but no different for us. And who knows what that's going to look like in 2028, you know. But at the moment, we're certainly going through a challenging time. So addressing those challenges, so working in collaboration, really important. So, you know, we're part of a huge partnership, working really closely with UEFA, UK&I, host cities, stadiums. You know, I can't emphasize enough the importance to us in terms of what joined up working is, and how important that is for us all to achieve our ultimate goal. You know, ultimately, everyone is aiming for the same thing, which is a safe, secure, and successful event, but we all have our key parts to play in that. And that stems down to sort of roles, responsibilities, governance structures, and all this kind of stuff. And that, for me, needs to be established really, really early. And we're fortunately, we've already done that, which is really good. And the laying of those solid foundations for us will then put us in good stead as we move more into the operational delivery phase now. Early planning, I've already alluded to, and in the information gathering and sharing. I mean, yes, important now, but probably more so as we approach the tournament, and that's where the IPCC will come into play, which for us is a really key function and critical to the, you know, potentially the success or not to our Euros. Here we go. So as I alluded to earlier on, that's us there, the National Police Coordination Centre. So we're sitting in the middle there from a central function, supporting host cities. And of course, around us there is all the different 8 forces that I've alluded to. Brings us a unique set of challenges in as much as, you know, they all work slightly differently. They all have slightly different sort of postures around, you know, I'll use the example of pilots and escorts and things such as that. But it's a case of us bringing that together, mindful of legislation, mindful of government guarantees, policies, and having a standardized, consistent approach. But that doesn't take away, you know, the operational independence of those host forces, because in the UK we may differ from some around escorts. You know, we don't generally have an appetite for it. However, you know, in the event of, you know, serious, you know, the threshold's pretty high, but in the attempt of, you know, serious threat to life and all this kind of stuff, then the commanders have that operational independence to be able to provide them. So yeah, we're looking at an overarching strategic group for law enforcement coordination. The aim is to ensure that all agencies make timely, coordinated and consistent progress. Each force remains responsible for the delivery of safety and security element and its sites and areas of responsibility. And obviously existing stadium contacts are not planned to change. The communication lines remain the same. And the one thing I will say on that is obviously what's really important for us is timelines and milestones, and I think that's really important to grip. Because, and we've brought in specially program managers and project managers. You know, in policing, we don't generally grasp that concept, but that for us has been really important. And so we've almost worked from the end goal backwards in terms of making sure we're hitting those timelines and that all key functions for our delivery, you know, are not delayed and we're on track. And there's you know, there was assurance processes and all those kind of stuff that just means we should be in a good place. So yes, I have a dedicated Euro 28 planning team. They're now all embedded. Ultimately, the vision is to deliver a safe, secure, resilient Euro 28 through partnership working, proactive planning, effective coordination and communication, and ensuring an outstanding experience for all. So obviously in keeping with the reason we're all here today, what we all strive for in our events. So we are funded by the host governments. We are embedded within the National Police Coordination Centre, as I've alluded to. So we work alongside, but separate from, other national units. So many of you may have heard of UK Football Policing Unit, which is our equivalent of the NFIP, for example. We work alongside them very closely with, but we work separately. And the reason for that is because it gives us that national overview, and we're representative, we are representative of wider law enforcement across UK and Ireland, and not just England and Wales, which is quite a unique difference in terms of the UK FPU. So our planning objectives: to ensure the tournament is safe and secure for all, support delivery of the coordinating principles set by the Law Enforcement Coordination Group, enhance the reputation and long-term legacy of UK and Irish policing, deliver the tournament within budget, obviously, and strengthen relationships with all our key partners. So how will we do this? And I have alluded to some of this already, so do forgive me. But support the operational agencies through sharing best practice and aligning standards. provide expert advice. Obviously, we don't have the answers to everything, but that's where these relationships and partnerships are really important. And sometimes the answers, in fact, most of the time, the answers don't necessarily sit within policing. So, you know, it's a case of good relationships with our partners, and you know, we really need their help at times. So help define boundaries between public and private safety and security roles and responsibilities. So again, that's what I mean earlier on when I say about, you know, that partnership delivery, but the governance and establishing roles and responsibilities, accountability and ownership, all those kind of things are really, really important at an early stage. Embed global best practice, Euro 24, FIFA World Cup in 26, you know, all really valuable tools for us to be able to, you know, learn from them. Club World Cup, should I say, Andre? But, you know, really valuable learning opportunities for us in order to embed and you know, and we'll do absolutely the same thing in return. Brief government stakeholders, create assurance processes to build confidence in law enforcement planning. Ultimately, we're spending a lot of public money, and it's for us to ensure that we are doing so appropriately. Contribute to governance structures and risk management, capture lessons learned, act as a point of contact for tournament policing awareness. So this is the sort of governance structure that we've established. So everything you see there in blue relates to law enforcement specifically. And we've identified 8 key thematic areas of work. And all of these have, you know, very senior level chairs in order to drive that work, as well as membership from subject matter experts and representative across UK and Ireland. And those working groups, you know, are at advanced stage now. You know, they've all had 3-4 meetings, meet generally quarterly and all this kind of stuff. And that will gather pace as we go. Above that, you see the Law Enforcement Coordination Group. So that's chaired by the National Football League, Chief Constable Mark Roberts. And then everything you see in green is how we then link in. And we've had those consultations with tournament organisers, government, should I say, and how we link into their wider governance structures. There's a lot of information in here, but I'm just going to surmise, I promise. So capacity and capability, that looks, generally speaking, at our resourcing capability and capacity. So, you know, have we got enough resources to deliver on what we need to deliver? Can we still deliver business as usual? You know, what other concurrent events are we going to have? You know, where are our specialisms and skills that we need? You know, from firearms to police dogs to, or canines, should I say, you know, and various other things. You know, do we have that capacity? And do we need to upskill people and everything else like that? And again, that takes time, which highlights the importance of early planning. Security, so obviously that's more sort of counter-terrorism focused, as well as organised crime. Intel sharing, so intelligence sharing is going to be key, but intel can come from numerous sources, as everyone in the room will appreciate. Protest, public order, football, counter-terrorism, organised crime, and I could go on. But how do we pull that together? Where and how does that come in? How do we assess it? How do we then, you know, share it appropriately? And what agreements and, you know, sharing agreements and stuff need to be written in order for us to do that effectively, not just within law enforcement, but externally amongst our partners. Venues, so that's a very sort of venue-specific group, not just the stadiums itself, but host city, fan zones, fan marches, etc. Pan-tournament operations, that relates to more, as I alluded to earlier on, in terms of what impact does Euro 28 have on the country as a whole, and not just host cities. Enabling functions is more around finance and assurance processes. Communications, so media and comms, again, not just within law enforcement, but how is that joined up with our partners so that we're all, you know, singing off the same hymn sheet, so to speak. And then legal, so that's, again, more focused around legislation. For example, you know, we're working really closely with our ports and borders colleagues and things like that at the moment, just sort of trying to establish what legislation is there to be able to, you know, ultimately prevent people coming in the country to the tournaments who we know are, you know, individuals or groups that we know are intent on causing disorder, antisocial behaviour, football violence and so on. You know, let's tackle that at the borders and be proactive about it rather than reactive when they come into the country. Ultimately, we don't want these people there, and we don't want them there not only for us, but for the experience of all the fans and visitors that come to our Euros. That's just one example in some of the work that we're doing. So just a few examples, if you like, around sort of the standardization and consistency that we're trying to achieve. So banning orders, and Rodrigo, you alluded to banning orders, I think, in your introduction earlier on. But, you know, this is a really powerful tool that we have in the UK around sort of football-specific offences, and that could be anything from, you know, being drunk at our matches within reason, entering the field of play, drinking in view of the pitch, throwing things onto the pitch, so on and so forth. But we'll ban people for this, and that includes drugs now. We have now put in a condition, which is Euro 28 specific, that now goes on every application that goes through the courts for a banning order. And there's already been a couple of, you know, successful cases in that where judges have authorised this. And I would expect that to continue as we approach. So really powerful tools, stopping people coming in. Pilots and escorts I've alluded to, and again, fan meeting points and walk-ups. You know, we're compiling some data now, not just within the UK, but around Europe as to, you know, footage and subject matter experts in putting together tactical guidance, all this kind of stuff, which is going to better inform our local forces who are delivering on this. So I alluded to the IPCC, the International Police Coordination or Cooperation Centre, of which some may know. But this, for us, is a really critical function in terms of how we manage information intelligence. We've already got a location for where this is going to be, and we're now looking into sort of some of the detail around what it's going to look like in terms of membership, configuration, so on and so forth. But this will be our central coordination hub for information intelligence. There'll be representation most definitely from, you know, tournament partners, organisers, UEFA, you know, local authorities. All competing nations will have representatives in there. They'll be there to support our mobile delegations, so spotters coming in from, you know, all over Europe, or competing nations, should I say, travelling around the countries, doing their job, ensuring that they get real-time, accurate information, and that is a two-way process. Police forces, obviously, you know, there'll be a really useful link into the TSLOs, for example, Team Security Liaison Officers, so we know the whereabouts of our teams and everything else like that, just to enhance their, you know, their safety. Again, we'll have a link in through UEFA in terms of ticketing, so, you know, if we want to get tickets cancelled, I say we want to, if UEFA want to cancel tickets, but perhaps based on the information that we give them, then obviously it just gives us that capacity to do it quick time. And all the other things that you see there linked to embassies, media and communications, but also enables a really accurate data capture for us, which is really important in terms of debrief, freedom information requests, and all that kind of good stuff that's going to serve us well post-event when it comes to debriefing and reflection. So that's it. I'm going to probably leave it at that. I've probably taken far too long. I do apologise. But that's my contact details. More than happy to be contacted anytime if I can be of any help and support. And equally, I'm sure there's untold amounts of knowledge, expertise in the room. And I'd be really, really welcome any feedback or thoughts that you have around some of those challenges and issues that we may encounter. That's me. Thank you.
Thank you. Enfres, adjunto do planeamento policial. E questões bem interessantes. Já vamos ter a oportunidade de.
Next, we have Guillermo Garcia, Head of Stadium and Arena Consulting, IMG. I'll give you the floor.
From England. I'm from Scotland, actually. So I'm from Spain. Well, first of all, thank you very much, Rodrigo, Joanna, Sarah, for all this event. I think it's fantastic. From my side, I think I'm going to be a bit different. It's going to take less than 10 minutes, and we're going to discuss more about the general operations around sports, because I feel like sometimes we are always, or sometimes not always, we are stopping fires. Every day is what's going on for the next match, the next game. I cannot imagine the life during the World Cup when you have to attend also many base camps. You cannot attend to the general meetings maybe. You are thinking about the next meeting with your team in Atlanta, for example. So not working. Yeah. Just to talk about my experience first, I was part of FIFA in Qatar and a bit on the USA. I'm an architect myself, but I end up, like many people who wanted to be an architect in Spain, not working as an architect. I studied to do a master's, then enter into an engineering consultancy and traveled to Peru. And I work in the Pan Am Games of Lima 2019. So as I was learning to deal with the operational planning of the temporary infrastructure for some of the venues, we were dealing with, for people with guns in the entrance of the venues, that if we didn't pay some fine, they were going to not allow us to work. This is kind of these kind of things I would never tell my parents, but this is kind of the job I was also doing in Peru. Then from there, I moved to Qatar, and I started to work in this massive monster, like it's the World Cup. I was part of the venue operational team, helping to add what you need to add to the stadiums that already exist so they can accommodate such an event like this. I was lucky enough to be part of Lusail, the stadium of the final, where you discover, like, I don't know how this happened, and there's a World Cup final, and it happens. Like, from the outside, I think sometimes it feels like, wow, it's perfectly organized, and it's actually organized because people are going the extra mile to make it happen. But there's a lot of work, a lot of lessons learned that you can never apply sometimes because you don't have time. But I think that was a very interesting experience that then I fit today into my role in IMG. We are consulting many stadiums and clubs to monetize, to make money, basically. And it can be through different directions. One of them is what Atlético de Madrid is doing in my city, Madrid, that are trying to reach excellence through operations, not investing in the stadium, but investing in the team that is dealing with the clients, as we say, the fans, who in the end, if they receive a better service, they will be willing to maybe pay more money the next year to have a season ticket, and that involves security, access control, and many other departments. And then I will just give you like 2 or 3 things that I feel are happening today in the stadiums that we need to consider for the years to come. Oh, it's a bit, yeah. So the first thing with Atlético de Madrid, Atlético de Madrid, of course, is the second biggest club in Madrid, if you ask me, not in front of my clients. And they have to compete against Real Madrid. Real Madrid is this monster who are making 100 million euros per year just in VIP hospitality. Atlético de Madrid is doing 27, this year 31. And they are trying to battle because if they want to try to win the Champions League or the league, they need to make money however they can, because they own the stadium, they have a lot of VIP guests. You can see like the stadium looks phenomenal. They are going to host the Champions League final next year in 2027. They are going to accommodate Bad Bunny concerts, Coldplay in a few years, so they are growing. And they have a good thing that Real Madrid fans, we don't have. They have like fans that are real fans. They are really Atlético de Madrid fans. They are really pissed when they go home and they didn't win, you know, and this is a good thing. But at the same time, you cannot be asking for more money to the fans that have been going to the stadium for 20 years, and then they have to pay 12%, 10% more every year. So they want to create a culture of excellence in operations through a quality control system that this is what we are doing in the stadium, and I will explain you how we do it. So what we are doing basically, I will put the next one, yeah, this one. We started working with them to analyze what are the things that happen game after game. I think there was a very good slide by Dan, who was about working together, then planning early, and then gathering intelligence. Well, this was the other way around. We started to gather information. You can see some of the graphics are around which departments are having the most issues. Security, food and beverage, hostess, for example, infrastructure. When it's happening? Before the kickoff, during the halftime. What happens if it's raining? What happens if it's during the week? Sometimes, how do we solve the problems? Can we solve the problems? Do we have to call the infrastructure guy 3 times every game in the same VIP room? So we started to collect all this data to create like a system, like a checklist before the gates are open. Then from there, we start to analyze more data in the games, and we do a report. And in this report, Atlético de Madrid can read which issues are happening the most. And you will never have 0 issues, but you will start to attack the issues that are repeating the most, and also the ones that are mainly just affecting the clients that they can see. Some of the issues that we face, sometimes they don't see like are that important, but when you are paying 10,000 euros per season to go to Atlético de Madrid, you don't want to make 5 minutes line to have some croquetas or some Coca-Cola. You want a better service, so they need to understand what is the feedback of the clients. And then, thanks to this, they can the next year ask for more money. They can also raise the culture of the club, and in the end, make the fan go every year and feel proud of their team. And especially if they won 5-2 against Real Madrid a month ago, everything is easier. Then this is another project we are doing right now. We have a speaker next, Tir Rodriguez, who is leading the security aspect. We are working with a client in Saudi that is moving to a new stadium. It's moving from a 17 to a 47,000 seater stadium. They don't have such a fan base, and they are growing so fast. They went from the second division to the first division. Then they went to the top divisions. Now they're going to play in the Asian Champions League. But you cannot imagine how little people is managing this thing every day. They are growing very fast in terms of money, but they are not growing very fast in terms of internal resources. So they hire us to develop all the standard operating procedures, the manuals, the procedures, to then train them. And I'm going to be with Tir in Saudi, hopefully in 1 month, to train them, to then be able to register data, to then be certified with ISO 9001. So this is kind of similar to Atletico de Madrid clubs they see, like with little investment, which is people compared to infrastructure, they can elevate the standards. And then in the end, what is the biggest reason to do this? Like the fan is going to feel better in the stadium. Feeling better or not feeling bad, which is in the end the same, because you don't want them to remove the dream of their team to be winning. You want them to just do that, go to the stadium, be excited about that day, and go back home without thinking that there was an issue with the club, with the room, with the security guy who was very rude, with the hostess that was looking at the mobile phone all the time and not paying attention. These little things, I think, are talking about the culture of a club, and we are hopefully helping on that. Then about this I will go very fast because we already saw. One of the issues that we had in Qatar, I was part of the venue operational team, so we were leading with different functional areas during 1 year and a half to understand how the planning needs to be tailored as we go to the tournament, as we are approaching, because you don't have the same information 1 year before the World Cup than right now. Right now, I can imagine that most of the teams are almost getting ready for a craziness of a few months with almost no weekends. The venues are going to be ready. Then you have to train the staff, and you need to be understanding that you need flexibility in the end. Some venues will have crazy challenges in the last time. This happened in Qatar. Everybody knows that beer was banned a month before the tournament, but we had the infrastructure already in place to sell the beer. So we had to adapt, disguise the cabins, and do like a different food and beverage product for the fans to be able to not perceive the beer, but also to have a service and not like an empty space with no use in the stadium. So I think there's a lot of planning, but then I think in the end, mainly you depend on people to be flexible. And there are so many things that we will never understand. I will never understand all the specific operation about security. But this is for you to know, like, from what you think you know to what everybody's facing every day, there is like a massive gap. So in the end, the collaboration is key to make the events go as smoothly or as smoothly as possible. This is an image that I like, because here you can see like Lusail, the stadium of the final, but you can see like around the stadium there are some tents. You can see like a very big one to your left, which was the media house. Then you can see some other logistics. You can see to the right side of the stadium, the hospitality village. So there's a lot going on. And when you see, for example, I hope that the stadiums in the future are getting the best tournaments, they will be able to face this challenge, how you can accommodate all these temporary infrastructure elements that you need surrounding the stadiums. I think, if I'm not wrong, some of the neighbors in the area, they needed an accreditation to enter their own house, because sometimes the stadiums can be as beautiful as Real Madrid one, but then if you want to organize the World Cup final, the challenges to accommodate all the operations around are big. Then just to finish very quick, I just want to acknowledge that we are starting to see a challenge with clubs regarding the fan base. So we see many teenagers going to stadiums and not really going into the seats, not really watching the game. I'm talking about they stay inside where there is good Wi-Fi, where they can play some games with virtual reality, And this is kind of the fans that we are going to face in the future in the venues, fans that are going to be distracted, fans that they don't go to the stadium mainly for football, but for other events. So sometimes the operation needs to change a bit from looking at the stands to see if there's going to be a possible fight to also what's going on inside the stadium, because they are kind of transforming into a mall. Then we have different brackets of fans like me, who are between 26 and 40, that we are more into promotions, into, oh, wow, there is a rainy day, the tickets are dropping 20%, kind of last minute, okay, we go. So there are many, many fans that maybe attend the game last minute, or if you are working in the city and you go to a Champions League final, you will arrive almost in the last minute. Whereas you are going to a game on Saturday and you can enjoy the VIP area for 1 hour and a half, you will go earlier, so you can have some beers with your friends. Then you have some other brackets of generations, going up to 65, where we see that they need comfortable spaces. They need to find easily their spaces, their seat. They don't want to go to stadiums where it's so confusing to get to your seat, when there's like a crazy bottleneck in the same area to attend to your seats. And then we have some other clients, like corporate nomads. They just go to the stadium, as they said before, like for one game. They don't understand the stadium. They are going there for some networking. They are using the season tickets from another client, so they just want to experience a bit. They left in the second half. So this is kind of something we have to think about, what the client is expecting from the stadium, because I think it's going to change the whole design in the future. And I think that's it from my side. A few of the questions I put in together, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Obrigado, Guilherme Garcia.
Thank you very much, Guilherme Garcia, who is responsible for Stadium and Arena Consulting Services at IMG. Now, Colonel Adriano Rocha, Head of Operational Employment Division of the Operational Department of the GNR Police. Thank you very much. And good afternoon to all. I would like to ask permission to the President of the APCVD to address the audience. We were asked to participate in this event as for Congress. And considering that we are all football lovers in this country, we breathe football. And at the time, I suggested to him, why not change a bit the paradigm? And considering that what we are discussing here is security and service, why not address other sports as well? Football and the side. At the time, we were all actually following the Vuelta in Spain with manifestations pro-Palestine, which were raising security issues. And the president of the APCVD rose to the challenge. And then we decided to focus our presentation on the WRC. And now I would like to ask the regie to please show the video that I gave them, and to please put the sound low, because I would like to accompany the images with the text by Miguel de Oliveira.
Aqui com problemas técnicos. Pode pôr. Não está a dar?
Sr. Coronel, acontece muitas vezes, é? Posso lhe garantir que isto acontece muitas vezes.
I can tell you that this happens often at RTP, at the television. We look at the camera and wait. Can you please show the video? It's coming, I believe. Miguel Oliveira, the driver. Joaquim had practiced a lot with the car and has been practicing all stages, and we were expecting to be successful and to have him among the best. But unfortunately, it all stopped very early and tragically. This is the quickest section. It goes straight and then it turns very tightly to the right. Joaquim was driving at around 200 kilometers an hour. The street was crowded. Everywhere, people, and more people. When Joaquim skidded, corrected, and tried to return to the track, he has years of experience as co-pilot. And I knew that the car was no longer under control, although I believed it would still be controlled. And I was reading the notes. And then I just heard the crash. I didn't see anybody, nothing, because everything was on the left-hand side of the car. I felt the car hit several times on people. Joaquim Santos couldn't move. He didn't have any injuries, but his head was on the wheel. All around him, total chaos. 3 people died instantaneously, a mother and an 11-year-old and another child, and another person died in the hospital later. Furthermore, 32 were severely hurt. And he goes on with his witness. The older people in this audience, I'm sure, recall this that happened in the Portuguese rally in 1986. Now, as a result of this accident, Rally Portugal left Portugal. And only several decades later did it come back to the country. And this required a paradigm shift, changes in security management, changes in our outlook on fan service. In 2016, we were holding our Euro 2016 in good memory because we were the winners, and we signed the Saint-Denis Convention that highlights security, safety, and service issues, highlighting the importance of integrating all 3. But in normative terms, as I said, it is very much focused on sports events in facilities. Now, my question is, what happens to sports events that are in held in public spaces? Can we also use this? I believe so. Now, the first picture comes from the 1980s. In the audience, may I ask, do you know this? In the second picture, this was when Portuguese rally comes back to Portugal between 2015 and 2020, and this is now the last 3 pictures. If you look at the 3 pictures, there are clearly big differences in security terms, but also in the background we see big differences. Nowadays we have this safety component, as you can see. Safety for the drivers, but also safety for the fans. Now, but before you arrive here, and I usually say that at a WRC, normally we at the GNR start preparing the event 1 year before. So normally this is a 4-day event, 24 classifications, 344 kilometers, and more than 1,300 kilometers of connections. Now we need to ensure that over these kilometers there is safety for the fans and for the drivers and all other occasional pass-buyers. We use around 3,000 officers over these days, an event with more than 2,200 radio equipment, and in security terms, and only for the GNR alone, it's an event that amounts to a cost of over 612,000 euros. So all of this must be very well managed against the regulatory framework. And this brings me to planning. As I mentioned, planning begins very early, normally with a year in advance. And normally when we have a plan, the plan is the first to fall, because there are always new circumstances that come up and require of us changes to the plan. Now we need to take into account a number of measures that allow us to manage the event itself. So we start immediately with the holiday schedule for our officers, for our military. And then we need to take into account also other events. So in 2024, for example, together with the WRC, on the same weekend we had the last days of the professional first and second league championship, amongst other events. So we need to ensure that we have enough staff to guarantee security and safety for all of these events. We also need refuel areas, consider refuel areas and fun zones. There are always the pre-events that we cannot forget. We need to rethink our communication plan and how we will communicate to the fans and to the citizen, how they may move around, access the event venues, and also to communicate if such venues or such areas are full and where they must go otherwise. And then there is the acknowledgement of the grounds. And we must know exactly the classification of all of the terrain. We need to have a road book where we know exactly where we have all officers, the marshal, and I must know exactly where is where, according to our classifications, and then all of that against security rules, all classifications according to those rules. And lately we have had to face a new challenges, the drones. These are events that have air supervision, a component, so where we use drones that have to be certified for operating, but we cannot forget the fans' drones. The fans are filming, and that can have an impact on those of us who are doing our job in terms of security and safety and services. Let me show you another film. Here, you see here two officers who are not duly protected, and this is what happened. Fortunately, there were no casualties, but we learned with this and had to take measures.
segurança dos adeptos.
Fan safety. So, in addition to the event safety, we also are responsible for the fans' safety. We cannot forget that normally this event takes place in rural areas, where, for example, there is fire hazard in summer. And also, for example, whereas in a closed facility event, the venues open only at a given time, but here, for example, days before, we have fans who decide to camp on the site days before the event, and we cannot forget that, and we must also take into account their behavior, because risk hazards may arise for them or for other fans. For example, fire hazards when they make a fire, for example, for their barbecues. And also take into account where there are where they built their site, camping site. And often we need to engage them and even convince them to move to another location. And sometimes it's the game of the cat and the mouse. For example, fans where they have the event site, the best place to watch, for example, the rally, but they decided to camp in a given place, which is a risk for them, and where we decide to take them to another place, and hours later we see them again back in the same place that we considered was not safe for them. And yet the law does not allow me to penalize the fan. In Lameirinha, this was the rally 2023 rally, and we see here a group of people who crossed the bush, and they came up here. And the first car skidded and crashed precisely where they were. And fortunately, nobody died, and there was only somebody was lightly injured. But this is just to show you how location of fans can be dangerous. And now for the right-hand video. And this is what we look for in such a event. Here we have Michel Moutin from FIA in Lameirinha. And normally we have around 127,000 fans, and we need to guarantee that they are safe in the back, and we have civil protection agents doing their work supporting us. Because people slip and fall, people who drank too much the days before, a number of things that can happen during the event. And now, again, and you see that the audience is well in the back. So, security forces must guarantee the safety of all while supporting the civil protection agents, and also ensuring service. All non-visible services who nonetheless are there to support all of these fans that you see here. This was in the WRC Portugal 2024 rally, and you see that this is very different from the pictures that we saw in 1986. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Colonel Adriano Rocha.
Ask in Portuguese, okay? That's fine for you. You have translation. You speak portunhol.
Yes.
No problem, okay? Sr. Coronel, aguçou a minha curiosidade.
Colonel, you mentioned the Spanish Vuelta. In operational terms, how do you... I'm not even talking about the arrival in Madrid. From what I read, I think that the Spanish police managed to put officers guarding every meter. But we had the Spanish Vuelta coming through Portugal, through the border all the way to Viseu, and then there was a manifestation for Palestine, and a number of them sequentially. So in operational terms, how do you solve this predicament? It's not easy to answer that question. Do you put an end to, do you interrupt the race? Well, it depends on the security forces' capacity to, in real time, manage to guarantee the security of the athletes. Of course, when we have a lot of events taking place at the same time, and that may endanger the race, there might come a point where the security forces might no longer have the capacity to respond to all of this. But this also requires a lot of planning. Let me just interrupt you. Some years ago, in the Portuguese Vuelta, arriving in Braga, the municipality wanted it to go through Portinho, Galapos, and the security forces, no way. Precisely. We need to coordinate as closely with the security forces, the promoters, and the event organizers. I cannot, just because I'm the organizer of an event, I decide the event will go through a specific path. Cannot be forced to accept. I must look at different constraints and possible impacts that going through certain locations might cause. So I may or will have to raise the awareness of the organizers, although the last word is always that of the GNR. Yes, but I try to convince the organizer to change the trajectories in order to satisfy the competitive elements of the race while ensuring the highest level of race. But coming back to the Spanish Vuelta, and I don't have all of the information, but what we may conclude is that not all stakeholders were aligned. So we had people doing demonstrations for Palestine. Then we had the Spanish organizers deciding that Israel would be removed from the race, and others saying no, they must participate in the race nonetheless. So we were not all speaking in tune and with one voice. And that resulted in several issues in the different stages, the last one being the most visible one. So, and concluding, in all sorts of events, be it football, basketball, cycling, there must always be coordination and balance between all stakeholders to ensure that things go according to the expected. So if we're all rowing in different directions, and if we all want to do things in our own way, and if our mindsets are different, we will hardly be able to address these events. And everybody will lose. The security forces will not be able to carry out their task appropriately. The organization will not be able to have a successful event, so nobody will win. So it's not easy to answer your question. It is a very good question, but I only see the only way is to work. Everybody must work aligned and in a coordinated manner. Dan, in your presentation,
the Wembley event in 2021, what the British police learn about this event? I saw the Netflix documentary a few weeks ago. It was a nightmare.
Yeah. I was hoping you didn't say that, but yeah, it was. I too have watched it. I was there on the day, and a really challenging day. And the documentary, is what it is. But yeah, since then there's been a hell of a lot of learning, not just from within policing or law enforcement, but also across that wider partnership. And a lot of that learning is around. It is exactly that. It's around that collaboration. It's around working together. It's around the sharing of information. It's around that kind of joint accumulative assessment of threat and risk and all that kind of thing. So, if I was to surmise in terms of what learning has come from that and the review, I would sort of signpost those things.
You can assure that in 2028 this event doesn't exist?
Well, I mean, I would love to be able to give those assurances, and I think that would be. We will endeavour to do our best to make sure that it doesn't, based on all the learning that has come from that review, from all the learning that we have in the UK that's available to us from our experiences, from all the experts in the room, and much like I presented earlier on, I have confidence that by doing that and executing our plans in the way we intend, then there's no reason why we can't. Can I give assurances? Absolutely not, and nor could any of us in this room, but that will certainly be what we're striving to achieve.
Then thank you very much. Guilherme, the priority for you is the teams, the fans, the media, the VIPs?
I think connecting to the questions, for example, the problem in Madrid. I am from Madrid. First of all, I would like to see Madrid as a place to celebrate events with no controversy. Then each of us, we have our own opinion. And I think you should be able to give your opinion in a sport event without impacting the competition. Yeah. This would be ideal, no? You have the free to express yourself, but at the same time, the competition needs to go on. And then you're protecting the players or the athletes and the fans. In the sense of Atlético de Madrid, let's be honest, the priority is the Atlético de Madrid fan. If we are in the stadium and there is one guy that is drunk, he's not an Atlético de Madrid fan, he's creating a chaos, maybe we are going to be more strict even than if the fan is an Atlético de Madrid season ticket holder paying an amount of money that is massive. So I think the fans and the athletes are connected. I think without fans, you don't have the club that big. So.
But it's not easy to make this balance between all the stakeholders.
Yeah, it's so difficult. But I think it would be even more difficult if you don't prioritize your own fans.
Okay.
Because this is the people calling you on Monday, I don't renew the season ticket. So it's difficult, but in the end, you're growing a culture and you're growing a business. So how do you protect the culture, maintaining the ones inside the culture? because then those are the ones paying the money. So I think I would always prime the fans of their own club, respecting that you can show your T-shirt of Real Madrid if you're going to the game, but you are going to be controlled by security a bit from the distance, because you are provoking sometimes some other fans that are paying a money and they are going to this stadium to celebrate their own club, hopefully without any problems.
I'm going to make a secret for you, because in Portugal these things are very criticized, and the security forces are very criticized. If a guy from Benfica is going to the place where are the guys from Alverca or from Desportivo de Chaves with a Benfica shirt. So to make this balance,
no, it's so
is
difficult.
not
I know that in Arsenal Stadium, I think you cannot go to the VIP areas with the away fans jersey. You cannot. In Atletico Madrid, you can. At the same time, where is the balance? You want people to express themselves, but you need to control that the normal fan who is there just to watch the competition is enjoying the competition. Yes.
Muito bem, com a permissão do Rodrigo, vou abrir a duas questões.
And now I'll open the floor to discussion from the audience. And I'll see one hand in the air. We are slightly behind schedule. We started a bit late, and now we are even a bit more later. May I ask the question in Portuguese? But I have a question for Dan Humphries. In your slide, you showed participation of 4 countries to the Euro 2024, of which only 3 countries can visit 1 stadium per country. So on which criteria did you base that decision?
So, I mean, any decision making around the choice of the venues and where they are, that sits way out of my, decision making capacity. That was very much, a UEFA decision and consultation. I purely focus on law enforcement. So, I guess I am passing the buck. There's no way around that. But I simply can't answer that question because I don't know those processes that went behind it. But obviously, the councils and local authorities from those host forces would have had the opportunity to bid for them to be a host city. But ultimately, the decision of where those matches went and what venues would be used was a decision for the event owners, which is UEFA. So I apologise, I can't really answer your question any more than that.
Muito bem, mais uma questão, por favor.
And we'll accept one more question. The last question. No? Rodrigo, go ahead. If nobody else has a question, because I will have an opportunity to ask all of my questions, so I can give up my opportunity.
Then, Bernays Casey review by itself, it's I think it's 3 months of classes that you can take out of there with so many lessons, and I really appreciate the honesty and the transparency, because that report is crystal clear. So it's really good to see it. One of the things I took from there, how setting an operation after the COVID-19 was so challenging because of the lack. Many stewards changed their careers. They weren't stewards anymore. So you really, in UK, you struggled to get people with the knowledge, with the experience, to work for this event. So this was quite challenging, and I wonder if, even if this is something with the organizer and not for law enforcement, but in your perspective, are you now, how did UK build up that capacity building? What are you doing that you know of about building that capacity for the stewards and getting the right people with the right knowledge? Did you overcome that challenge for the Euro 2028? Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. But very good question. Yes, there was challenges. Obviously, people need to work in some way, shape or form during COVID where they can. And so with events not taking place, there was clearly, a lot of stewarding companies would have felt the pain somewhat, and people kind of, what would have been stewards and everything else like that, perhaps moving on. But we are already having discussions around that particular issue, and not just stewarding as such, but wider infrastructure, availability of barriers, and hostile vehicle mitigation, and various other security overlay. But stewarding, yes, absolutely. We're having conversations with the wider partnership, and yes, I guess primacy in terms of that would sit with UCAN Island 28 Limited, consultation with UEFA, and everything else such as that. But obviously, we're part of those wider security concept conversations, for example. And yeah, absolutely, I've got the confidence and assurances that those conversations are taking place at the moment, looking out to sort of stewarding contracts, what pre-existing there is, where that additional staff need to come from. But yeah, it's a really challenging one. And again, that kind of links into that event concurrency piece as well, in the sense of, there's numerous events going on at that time, from festivals to concerts to cricket to, everything else such as that all need stewarding. So yeah, it definitely features in the conversations and risk registers and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, the primacy doesn't sit with us, but it's definitely something that will be spoken about, and I dare say will be a deliverable.
Muito bem, muito obrigado, Coronel Adriano Rocha.
Thank you so much, Colonel Adriano.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all of our speakers. And now we have Jorge Gabriel. Thank you so much to all of our speakers and Paul Sergio, who will be joining us again tomorrow. Round of applause. And the next panel, Welcome Stadiums, Safer Events, will be reflecting about creating safer and more inclusive venues for positive experience for all fans. It will be addressing best practices in audience management for inclusion and integrating policies for ensuring safety and welcoming in stadiums. And today, having replaced the television studios for the stage, we have Jorge Gabriel, a master of hosting. I believe you can hear me. We are already slightly behind time, and now perhaps I would suggest that you would stand up. Yes, feel free to stand up to try and relieve yourselves of the stress just before we move on to the next panel. Now, I'm not saying that you can now start speaking freely, but as soon as you already feel ready, please take your seats again, feeling more relaxed. Please take your seats again so that we can begin the next panel. Let me start by thanking the organization for having invited me, having recalled my passion for sports and football, and of always speaking of best sports practices as both a fan, a spectator, and a sportsman. It is extremely important for all of those us sports lovers that we need to offer safe shows for both athletes, fans, and everyone who, for example, see these events as business opportunities, and we cannot ignore that dimension. So we will have with us now guests who will be sharing with us their experience in each and every one of the places from where they come. They are individualities with experiences in large events and who have been at large world events. Tira Rodrigues first. Please, a round of applause from a fan service and experience specialist, Gabriela Matai from Balance S4 project. She works for the Council of Europe. Teresa Santos, Sustainability Director for Porto Football Club. Welcome. And Mark Francis, who is from Football Supporters Europe and is also connected to Eintracht Frankfurt in Germany. Let's begin with Tir Rodrigues, who has a presentation to show us. And Tir, you can start right away. As you can see, his mother tongue is Portuguese with an accent, as you can see. You will realize. So he speaks Portuguese with a pinch of salt. Good afternoon. Everyone, it is a pleasure to be here with you today. I would like to congratulate APCVD for one more edition of this magnificent event. In my presentation, I will provide an updated focus on service in events. So I will start with the challenge that unites us and also the response of entities to such a challenge. But let me start by introducing myself. I am Tir Rodrigues. I am a master. I have a master's in crowd management by Manchester University, and I have provided services in more than 4 continents. More than 40 stadiums, using more than 5,000 staff and volunteers, and serving much more than 1 million fans. And I'm certain that we have all gathered here for the same reason. There is a challenge that unites us and has brought us to Viseu for these 2 days. Incidents with fans, as you know, are global and occur frequently. I managed to witness 2 of such events recently in Wembley in 2020 and the Champions League in Paris in 2022. Different entities' reactions to these events was very clear and direct and very much in line with best practice recommendations and the reports that were drafted following the events. Such reactions underline the importance of service and management, and also the importance of integrated approach between safety, protection and service. But what comes to mind when we think about service? For the majority of the people, I think what comes to our mind are smiling volunteers giving high fives to spectators, or even volunteers using megaphones to communicate with fans. And indeed, that is extremely important, and the impact of service on experience is self-evident. Furthermore, services and experiences are indissociable. The largest stadiums and biggest events in the world have dedicated teams dedicated to service. However, to achieve the objectives of the Saint-Denis Convention of ensuring an integrated approach to security, protection and service, we need to update our focus. And in the past years of my experience, I've managed to develop such focus, which addresses service as an operational discipline that is planned in a systematic, structured and replicable manner. Such focus defines service as the use of people and facilities on the front line of engagement with the audience in a proactive, interactive and engaging manner, impacting their safety, security and experience. Let's thus describe what this impact of service on security and protection is about. Adherence to event safety and security measures requires the audience to understand and have knowledge about what to do, where to go, and why certain actions are needed. And this is where the service team comes in. So service is indeed the connecting link between the operational measures of the event, be they security measures, ticketing measures or food and beverages, and the public's cooperation with the plan and adherence to the plan. Consequently, service impacts security by providing clear information about rules and conditions of access, consequently reducing frustration and preventing hostility from fans. Equally, service impacts protection by providing clear and efficient instructions that prevent overcrowding of certain areas and reducing time spent in critical areas. Consequently, this takes us to integrated approach of security, protection and service. Let's see how we can achieve this. Following my master's in crowd management, I managed to understand that such an integrated approach can be achieved by developing common tools for security, protection and service operational planning. And I also managed to understand that the same tools used for crowd management can also be used for planning operational service. And these tools are ramp analysis, DSC analysis, and line models. Let's begin with the ramp analysis, which is the basis for service operational management. It identifies the routes that will be used by the audience to enter and exit the venue, as well as flows and times, and also spectator profile. After the ramp analysis, we then look into the DSC analysis, decision and control points. Decision points are intersection points where fans require information, and here service team reduce hesitation and mitigates high density flows. Segments are the areas between the decision points and control points. They are stretches where service teams are present to engage with the fans or to encourage them to continue to progress in the flows. Finally, the points of control are where checks are conducted. For example, at an entrance of a stadium where there is security or ticketing control. At these points of control, service team gets the fans ready for the checks, thus reducing delays and keeping queues moving. At specific so-called critical points of control, you find we deploy different line models that identify critical moments or locations where service check and security are conducted. Critical areas identified, as you can see here, where the number of people on the line and the space occupied by that line is considered critical. Service teams can guide fans to alternative paths and lines, and thus mitigate high density and dissatisfaction amongst fans. And I conclude with the findings gathered from the focus on the service using crowd management tools. This strategy has enabled greater efficiency and accuracy in determining the service needs. It also allows for evidence-based operational decisions to be taken, and finally it also allows for planned management with safety and security in mind. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tyr. Thank you for sharing with us this information and for raising our awareness to some working methods, namely in Manchester in particular, as you could see from the footage that shared with us. The Council of Europe has this project, Balance S4. I agreed with our foreign speakers that I would interact with them in Portuguese and they would answer me in English. Is the Council of Europe, Gabriela, worried about these sports phenomena? And with this project, what it intends is to guarantee security no matter what and safety no matter what. Is that it?
Hello. Hi. Thank you very much. Bom dia. It is my honor to be here today and to be exposed to such an audience of practitioners and people very experts in this field. So the Council of Europe and through the Sport Division is concerned about how to help countries to implement in the same way, in a balanced way, the three pillars of the S4. The three pillars being safety, security, and service. And actually, thank you very much, Tyr, for mentioning Balance S4. So you see the similarities between S4 Congress and Balance S4. As Rodrigo said earlier this morning, we are working based on the Saint-Denis Convention approach, and we are strengthening the two pillars of safety and service. So we've been speaking about we've been hearing actually about different approaches, very practical measures. What we notice is that the legal framework is there. We understand that there are laws and there are strategies, but there's a big difference between the laws and the implementation and how the three pillars are in balance and how important it is to look at the service and the quality of service, the way that spectators are welcomed on stadiums, on the safety area, how those two are helping actually the security area and the security pillar. And for us, it's important to look at the overall phenomenon. We speak about big sport events, but in the same time, we speak about protecting human rights and on all the sides of the athletes, the referees, the managers, the fans, all the sport environment. So we're looking at the phenomenon global, knowing that there are aspects that are particular to some countries, more advanced. There are other countries that are not so advanced, and they are making progress. So what we are trying to do is to provide this network of expertise, so that we understand from each other which are the challenges, the lessons learned, and how can we improve. In the same time, by providing this network of communication and exchanges through our awareness-raising seminars, our activities, our trainings. And so we look at all the aspects related to safety and service and try to bring up as many countries to comply with these and to understand the value of these two pillars and not only the security pillar. So that was our work for the past almost 2 years, since January 2024. And I'm very proud to say that we see an amazing interest in how practical examples can improve the situation and the safety and the services in each of the member countries of the Council of Europe, and especially the countries that are members and observers of the Saint-Denis Committee.
Ora, nós sabemos... I wait. Nós sabemos que...
We know that although we are on the same continent, even inside the European continent, behavior is different between fans from different countries and athletes from different countries, even inside Europe. Well, did you take that into account in your study, your survey, in your project? Because not all fans behave in the same way.
Actually, you are touching two very important aspects. The first one is the integrated approach, and the second one is the multi-agency approach. So we're looking at horizontal and vertical levels because we are looking at what's happening at all the levels. We work with the different levels within a country, from local level to regional level to national level and to the events organizers. But we also talk to the beneficiaries, and we have a very good cooperation with FSC, and we have a very good cooperation with the governmental agencies involved in this process. So we started by looking at the phenomenon and analyzing the data. We had interviews with different countries. We have processed this data and try to understand with very practical examples what is happening, and then at all these levels.
Yep.
And then we prepared through several awareness-raising seminars and 2 training of trainers, understanding what is the phenomenon from all these countries and the participants. Why training of trainers? Because we think that people with this expertise can become trainers in their own countries and can multiply then at all these levels the knowledge that we developed. And so, yes, we work with all the stakeholders, the multi-agency approach, and we integrate all these conclusions to understand the phenomenon and then to advise on guidelines. So after the months of research and practical work, we also are very practical. So some of our workshops were on stadiums. So we were, and not only football, we were holding one of the awareness seminars in the Strasbourg-Lamennais Stadium. So we worked with architects, with the community, understanding what were their concerns when a big stadium was renovated, and how they can work together to come up with such a project, ambitious project. We worked in Greece. We visited the stadium, the basketball arena, that actually in the concrete conditions of the basketball arena, we understood the risks, how to calculate the risks, and the zone X, and how some of the organizers are handling the ultras. It's a phenomenon that everybody is exposed to, but not many people talk about it sometimes. So we, in very practical ways, we looked at the phenomenon so that this, we consult with all the stakeholders, with the beneficiaries and people who are involved in the event per se.
Okay. We know that, I'm sorry, I'm talking in Portuguese for all. Nós sabemos.
We know that regionally speaking, there are countries which still face some issues with at certain events from the start when compared to other countries. With some countries where they have normal, standard, regular engagement. For example, between Greece and Turkey, 2 football teams will raise additional concerns, whether the game will be played in Turkey or in Greece, and also that this is not addressed with the same level of concern at, for example, a basketball match or a football match or an athletics encounter, a meeting, for example.
Let me see if I understood correctly. Are you asking me about the differences between
the sports and the countries?
Yes, of course. So not only the sports and the countries, but also the gender. So
also.
what we did, so we tried to take into account all these factors, and I need to mention that one of the expert group meetings was organized around the Women UEFA Euros this summer to understand the phenomenon and how safety and services are provided and possible in a country like Switzerland as an example for different other competitions, and what are the differences? Because everybody says, yeah, but it's a woman tournament, so it's easy. The behavior of spectator is so much different than from men games. So how to make the environment, how through safety and service, can we change the behavior of people who are coming on the stadium? So this was studied, and so I spoke briefly about the guidelines and the training. So we are trying to cover these aspects in the guidelines and to advise on how countries, how regional organizers, local organizers, and the organizers on stadiums can look at all these aspects to be prepared. And there's another aspect that was perhaps needs to be mentioned, the accessibility, because we have a lot of people with disabilities, visible and invisible. And the Paralympics were the proof that it's possible, the proof that we can be very nice to people and have a specific behavior on stadium. So it is our belief that sport has a specific social value, can transform behaviors, and it's up to us to be able to do that by examples and by supporting you with the guidelines and with the trainings that are adapted to your needs. So what we do, we are providing the framework, we provide the guidelines and the training toolkit, and then it will be up to each country to adapt these to the national context. These guidelines and training toolkit will be ready for December during the TS4 next meeting at the beginning of December. But I must say that we have a very privileged pioneer partner in Portugal because of the involvement and the openness to look at these aspects. I think it's also the personal involvement of all the team and also the team that organizes this Congress, because they believed in this change and they are very, very much involved. And also Rodrigo Cavallero, as you know, is the chair of the Saint-Denis Committee since June of this year. So it matters that Saint-Denis Convention is very well understood and put into practice. So this is a way of showing that a convention, some standards of the Council of Europe, are becoming practice.
Okay. Thank you, Gabriela.
Thank you very much. Obrigado.
Obrigado. Teresa Santos
Teresa Santos is currently director of sustainability of Porto Football Club, a position she has occupied since 2007. And I imagine that you have changed at least something in the club. Since you came in, we will begin with a short film.
Podem agora assistir aos jogos num ambiente controlado e seguro.
Isto é uma oportunidade magnífica de conseguir ter um programa em família em que todos usufruem do futebol.
Ele gosta de estar aqui, está calmo, está muito receptivo, o processo de entrada é muito fácil e está excelente.
Está a conseguir aguentar-se, por exemplo, e se estivesse lá em baixo estava a pedir para sair, para ir buscar água, ou para ir à casa de banho, ou vamos embora, e quando é que isto acaba está permanentemente desassossegado. Vá.
Fui apaixonado por este sítio, por ser algo único que se criou de uma ideia bonita e que se conseguiu fazer isto. E acho que ficaram aí com imagens muito bonitas, tanto do meu filho como de outras crianças que aproveitam este sítio, podem vir ao estádio, e para mim fazer parte disto orgulha-me muito.
It's really an accessibility solution for visually deficient sports fans, football specifically, but we can do other sports as well. We take live sports data and an existing 5G mobile network, and we've modeled onto the tablet the football match in real time for the user to follow.
Esta bola vai se deslocar para fora, ver a fora, mas em campo. Imagina, um golo aqui. Pá, a bola vem para aqui. Eles pegam na bola, levam para o meio campo outra vez. Ela vem aqui para o centro, estão a ver? Não, nós não temos experiência.
Durante o jogo eu estava aqui, a bola andava e eu conseguia sentir onde estava a bola. É muito. Em vez de estarmos a ver a bola no campo, conseguimos ver a bola aqui, sem terem os outros a nos explicar as coisas e assim torna-se muito mais divertido.
O futebol não é só ver, não é? O futebol também é principalmente, dentro da minha perspectiva, sentir, é imersivo, ou seja, o desporto não encerra no futebol, encerra nisto que nós vimos nestes meninos, realmente, que era a emoção, o apito do árbitro, o cheiro, o próprio cheiro da relva quando entramos. Hoje o futebol provou, não é, que nós podemos promover a inclusão.
Teresa, diga-me.
Teresa, tell me that you are also responsible for this as well. Before I answer, thank you so much for this opportunity for sharing these best practices. These are two recent examples, and we are proud of these baby steps that we have been giving. So, when we implemented our accessibility strategy at Futebol Clube do Porto, we have addressed the issue wholly as football for all, or sports for all, including our section with adapted sports that has been growing from year to year. And then we have the Coca-Cola bench that addresses the same ambition, and the same applies to our adapted sports athletes, because we want to give the same opportunities to all athletes irrespective of their disabilities, and that is linked to our objective in terms of our fans' experiences. We want all of our fans to share in the same experiences. Some years ago we began with a project. Miguel challenged me to implement this for daltonic people, and I asked, does this make sense? For people who are colorblind. And now, thanks to that application, colorblind fans realize the impact of this project. Sometimes it might look very small to us, but for them it might be life-changing, and we want the same for football. And that is very much our work. So we have color ed, we also have audio description. We have had it for several years. And we also have hostesses on match days that support our fans with disabilities. And ends on another project that brings tears to my eyes. It involved several partners in the health sector and several sponsors. Five years ago, we began with an in-zone, even without audio description or sign language. But all of these projects integrated makes our offer differentiated. You saw from the video what the in-zone is about. There is the sensorial room, which is an adaptation of a television studio. We have 4 studios that we weren't using, that we created during the Euro 2024. So we adapted one space, and then we have zone 2, and then we have the bench. We have a therapist, and then we have a corridor from the bench all the way to the parking lot, where we have reduced to a minimum all stimuli for autistic fans. But it's also very important to listen to our fans' needs so that we can increasingly improve our service. And our latest service is Installicht. These services are included in ticketing. Fans do not need to pay extra for them when they buy their tickets. And this is an experience that doesn't end here at all. But as I said, we are trying to work with institutions to help us understand where we can improve our service further. Thank you very much, Teresa. I know about your project. Congratulations. And also with these projects, you make us more knowledgeable. I don't know if there are other stadiums that offer such a service. So I'd like to ask you if this is part of a social responsibility that all clubs should have, and not just have for the sake of having. Yes, it is part of our sustainability strategy of the club, but we are not doing charity here, we believe. And we discussed the issue of providing the service free of charge or not, or of offering tickets or not. There are 2 options. For example, access to the in-zone. The first year was free, but then since the club invested so much, and we want to provide all fans with the best experience, equal opportunity to all fans. For example, adapted sports athletes in the past tried to go to watch a game and they were unable to do so. So there we try to provide a service where we have a host or a hostess that accompanies the fan from the parking lot to the seat, and even, as I said, therapists. Because we want our fans to acquire these stimuli, and they learn and come to a point where they will no longer need these services, and they get used to the whole flow. As I said, we don't charge for these services. It is included in the ticket. But we also need to advertise the services. Otherwise, people will not come if they don't know that they are available. This is why I asked, because I guess that the majority of us who are here did not know about this. So communication is very important. And we have been working on that. We have invited with audio description, for example. We have a fan who has annual ticket, and I told him we have audio description. We are going to conduct a pilot. Do you want to test this? And he said, well, why do I need audio description? Because I listen to the radio during the match. But then I insisted, and he tested, and he said, very well, thank you, thank you. I love the detail, the color of the boots, the position of the ball. I wasn't used to all of this. So he wasn't used to it, and he didn't feel the need for it. And he changed the opinion. These are details that can make a difference to someone listening. So the work with the communities, the school associations, we have been working very closely and inviting them to come and discover the stadium, use the services, and identify also the gaps that we know do exist so that we can improve the service. And Teresa, do you know if the other clubs offer similar services? Not so much. But our goal is also to share best practices. And ultimately, we all win. When I am present in other fora outside of my club, in other clubs, in other countries, I try to learn from their experiences, and only in that way can we grow. And this will bring new opportunities for our fans. So, for example, it is a presentation that you will want to make at the Clubs League. They know about it already. Very well. Then I'm going to ask Mark Francis. Hi. Hello. Can you say hello? Olá. Olá. Boa tarde. Boa tarde. It's afternoon now, so boa tarde. Francis, you have been working for many years with fans in an organization, the Football Supporters Europe, that tries to understand fans' attitudes during the show, or is it also to have fans better informed to know exactly how they must behave when they are in a stadium, when they go to the Eintracht Frankfurt Stadium, for example?
Sorry, my Portuguese is not good enough to speak Portuguese with you guys. First of all, thank you for inviting me. To tell you a bit more about myself, I've been a supporter liaison officer for 18 years for Eintracht Frankfurt, traveling throughout Europe, visiting many countries, played in Portugal 4 times, the first time in 2014 in Porto. Maybe some people remember when they were stuck in a traffic jam because our fans were marching through the highways. We played in Guimarães, we played Sporting, we played Benfica. I've been here as an observer for UEFA and FSC during the Women's Champions League match in 2025. So I've seen a little bit of the country, seen a bit of how it works here. Since the beginning of the year, I do also work for Football Supporters Europe as an external consultant. Football Supporters Europe is a organization, a roof organization of different fan organizations in different countries. One of our board members is actually from Portugal, so, and some of you might know her. I'm not going to say the name because I don't know how you like her, but she's a really good lawyer. So what do we do? One of the things that you have been talking about is our away fan survey. Before every round of any tournament, Champions League, Europa League, Conference League, Women's Champions League, now Women's Europa League, and national team games, we contact our organizations in the different countries and ask them to spread a link to a survey, as well as releasing the link through our media channels. We do want to find out how fans that were traveling, that's the only point that hasn't been talked about here so far. It's just big tournaments, but the regular UEFA games haven't been talked about a lot, and usually that's where the problems start, because away fans are usually the ones experiencing more problems. For example, I think it's a beautiful thing that you're doing at Porto, but our experiences also show that fans with disabilities are treated totally differently if they're away fans. You usually have the service on the home side, you don't have it on the away side. We had experiences in countries where there were no toilets for disabled fans, away fans. We had to take people out of the wheelchairs and stand them in the corner so they could go to the toilet. Terrible situation. So this survey gives us an overview of what fans experience in the countries, and many things are not good. Starting with the most basics of needs, like saying human rights, like going to a toilet or something like that, should be provided. Foods and drinks, especially in warm countries. Drinks are quite important. We had a bad experience in the final when we won the Europa League in Seville, that they let us in the stadium 4 hours before the match, and 3 hours before the match there was no water anymore, so we had people passing out all around, and the match hadn't even started. So basic necessities, but also body searches where people are being touched, or that genitals are being touched, their hands stuck underneath the underwear, women are being touched underneath the bra. All kinds of things come together. And that's what we do. At the end of the year, we write a summary. If something really bad has happened, actually we inform UEFA right away. But at the end of each season, we write a summary and try to work with UEFA to make things better in the future.
O comportamento.
Hold on.
Ok. O comportamento dos
fan behavior also may change. They behave differently depending on where they find themselves. Is that also reflected in your surveys? Most certainly, in order to ensure standardization of service and welcoming to fans. Is that something that you also look into and that you are planning on developing?
We do not say that fans are not making trouble. It would be a lie. So I have come from a club that is quite well known throughout Europe. So it's not that we're saying that there's no trouble. But sometimes it's also how you greet it. Because or how the information flow is. For example, I'm glad that you mentioned ultras. Ultras is like the key trigger word throughout Europe, but experience shows that ultras are not ultras. They are totally different.
Yep.
And the way you look at ultras might be a totally different thing in Italy compared to Helsinki, or I've just been in Latvia. The Latvian national team has ultras. I told them never say that you're traveling with ultras, because that's not what is expected. We usually have a problem as well. That's looking at the police now. That policing and security personnel like to look at numbers and not do a risk analysis on part of what is to be expected. For example, most clubs travel with the same fans to every game, but it doesn't mean that something happens here just because something happened there. It's a totally different thing. If we inform the police in advance that we're traveling with, let's say, 400 ultras, we know we're going to have the high-risk game, even if it might not be necessary. So it's totally different, and you have to... there's different aspects that play a part in how things react. For example, if you look at the finale, PSG against Tottenham. No risks were expected as far as clashes or anything. No. But now you have another problem. PSG has a lot of North African fans. They are highly invested into the Palestine side of things. Tottenham has a heritage of Jewish fans and Jewish members. So now you have this conflict that you have to talk about. Even though you usually would say there's no conflict potential, now you have a new conflict potential. So you do have to look at things like that, yes. And you do have to look at why did something happen to this one team in a city and then it didn't happen to the other team in the city. Totally agree. But our survey, for example, is usually filled out by the normal fan. And the problem that we have is that people are treated the same way, even if they're not high risk. So what does happen? You have a solidarization effect by the, let's say, normal fans, because they feel safer in their group with the other guys because at least they know them. And then you have a much bigger problem. And we have to start looking in the other direction. Everybody, we're all professionals here. Everybody's a professional. We have to start trying to look at the other side. Why is the police acting the way police is? And the police should look at why do fans behave like they do. For example, I'm not a big fan of English football fans. But I can tell you, because it's really quiet, nothing's happening there anymore. Sorry if there's any English fans looking. But if you look at the policing, you hardly see any riot troops. You have really good communicators working there. And just that changes the attitude of many people because you feel a bit more welcome if people just say, hi, welcome, nice to have you here. This can change a lot.
If you have a friendly, se tiver comportamento mais amigável junto
with a friendlier behavior towards fans, it's most likely that they will also react in a similar manner.
It's hard to explain. But I can always say, we as professionals have to do the first step.
Okay.
Because we can't expect fans to behave accordingly if we don't. If we're not welcoming, if we're not doing the job, then why should they behave the way?
Okay. Put your earphones again. É evidente que é difícil chegar à utopia.
It is, of course, hard to reach the levels, high levels, or almost utopic levels of Japanese fans. However, with such examples, can we not gradually change the behavior of fans from the rest of the world?
That's a really bad example. And a good example as well.
It's an extreme example, isn't it?
That's the most extreme example. We played in Japan and it was incredible. But it's a cultural thing. The whole culture is different. After the match, you would not see any paper anywhere because they clean up everything themselves. So if you go, for example, to Turkey, Greece or something, the whole stadium will have pistachios there. Nobody's cleaning it up, just as an example. So the whole culture is different. Yes, you have to recognize the culture and you have to work on making things better, but you always have to look at the social aspects around the fans in the country, what's happening. There's so many factors that go in there. I always say if you're happy and you have money and you might have a good job and I don't know, you have a nice girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever, and you go to the stadium, you're less likely to do something. Now look at the person that has just lost his job. He might not be able to pay for something. His girlfriend or boyfriend just left him. you might have a different thing. So we have to look at all these aspects.
Mark, eu tenho apenas mais uma pergunta para si.
I have just one more question for you, but before that, let me clarify. Carlos Lopes, our Olympic champion, has just arrived. He is originally from Viseu, so he is just visiting us. Mark, alcohol in stadiums, alcohol ingestion in stadiums and in the surrounding areas. Will we have to implement geographical space where alcohol may not be sold to people who are going to watch a match, a game?
As I said, I've been working as an SLO for 18 years. And everything that I experienced is if you don't sell alcohol in the stadium, people are going to be more drunk because they drink more alcohol outside of the stadium. If you would look at things like that, personally, I like to work with people that are sober. It's much easier. But if I'm going by this, I would say I would give everybody some marijuana, and they all want chocolate, and they are probably all chilled. So no, but it actually shows if you don't sell alcohol, you will have the same problems or maybe even more problems because people drink more. Yeah, fun fact is also the shorter for example, in Germany, a lot of fans travel with buses. They organize buses. The shorter the distance, the more drunk they are when they arrive, because then they start drinking hard liquor. So it's all these things, these aspects. I think it's no use to stop them from drinking in the stadium. It's more if they know they can have their beer in the stadium, they will drink less because they don't have to be worried that they don't have.
It's a behavior.
Yeah.
Oh, ok. Conseguimos aqui, num curto espaço de tempo, ouvir todos os
In a very short time, we managed to listen to all of our guests, and we have kept some time for our audience for questions you would like to ask our guests. 5 minutes. We need to use a microphone for the simultaneous interpretation. And please start by introducing yourself. Good afternoon, Jorge Gabriel. And good afternoon to all of our speakers. I'm Rosen, I live in Viseu, and I would like to congratulate Teresa Sancho on the initiative. It is something that has come to my mind. I have a degree in journalism, and I am carrying out a master's for special education. Not that I want to become a teacher, but I am very sensitive to these causes, and I have been a volunteer in several events, special needs events. I have a management course and also another course in event organization. I have been a liaison officer, and I've worked at the welcome desk as well. As I said, I believe that your initiatives are worthy of replication. And at the Polytechnic Institutes, I submitted a proposal for an initiative, Lions for Games, but it was too ambitious. But if anybody is curious enough, large clubs like Porto would have to be a good candidate for the deployment and implementation of my project. I just wanted to share that with you, so congratulations, and if I can help you, please let me know. Thank you.
A Teresa, acredito, representa uma equipa e isso também é essencial que seja dito, porque é também uma das chaves para que nós...
Better service is key.
Creio que não. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you all for coming.
Have you here in Portugal. Obrigado por estar aqui connosco. Português açucarado, muito obrigado. Muito obrigado, Teresa, e parabéns uma vez mais. Muito obrigado a todos. Coffee break. Coffee break e dentro de...
We will now have a coffee break, and I ask you to please be back in 15 minutes' time. Thank you.
dá, não dá. Claro. Claro. Esta é de onde? Esta empresa é de onde? Sim, sim, eu acho que sim. Como?
I'm looking forward to learning more.
Yes.
Posso? Ai, força, força. Tinha percebido.
Ficar aqui, por favor. Não tinha um fosso para cair. Quando quiseres.
Posso? E seguimos.
Next, we will have the last panel of this afternoon, Overcoming Limits, Building Bridges. That will address inclusion, diversity, and the transformational power of sports for equal rights. The different participants will be discussing strategies for overcoming barriers and building bridges for inclusive, safe, and collaborative sports events, with sport as a tool for respect, cohesion in society. Round of applause, please. And very briefly, I will introduce our four guests who are sitting next to me. Paulo Ribeiro, who is the president of Urgem Sport Club, and he is going to present his project in football. There are nets and no barriers. Susana Corto, then the executive director of the Foundation Liga Portugal, and then Valerio De Vitis, coordinator of the United Nations Programme Global Sports. And on the opposite end, I have Barbara Pereira, who is the coordinator of the project Sixth Sense. I will start by summarizing very briefly Valerio De Vitis' CV. Since 2019, has been leading the sports unit at the United Nations Office for Counterterrorism, aiming to raise member states' awareness of terrorist threats against soft targets in the context of major sporting events and their ability to protect them as a common good of humanity, and to promote sport and its values to build resilience against violent extremism. Valerio.
Appreciative of this invitation. Again, my name is Valerio De Vitis. I'm the head of the sport unit within the UN Office of Counterterrorism. I mean, first of all, thanks to the organizer for this invitation. Un gran prazer. I would like to be able to speak in Portuguese. Maybe in the future there will be the chance for doing so. So as I was saying, I'm the head of the sport unit within the UN Office of Counterterrorism, and you might wonder why UNOCT, the office I represent, dedicated a program specifically to sport. Well, for two main reasons. Because protecting major sporting events is a priority of the international community, because of course sporting events are a manifestation of joy, and sport values are well manifested during these sporting events, and therefore they need to be preserved, protected from for what they represent, and also because there is strong interest, media attention around the major sporting events, requiring sound safety and security measures. And of course, as we have seen, main sports federations have been investing important efforts, developing a lot on security matters in the recent years. And the other component we take care of is about using sport values for preventing violent extremism, so making sure that from a prevention perspective, what sport is and the important potential that sport brings is well used also for social cohesion, which is the best way to prevent violent extremism and radicalization trends. So, again, these are the goals of our program, to support member states globally. The program is global. So with Africa, Southeast Asia, South America being the main focus regions of the globe. So to support member states in advancing concerning the security requirements when planning to host a major sporting events, and to make sure that in the context of these events, or regardless of any events being planned, that sport values are well used, and again, to strengthen social cohesion as a way to prevent violent extremism, and therefore safeguarding sport practice in this sense. There is a number of projects we have been undertaking since 6 years, so the program exists since January 2020. We established a community of experts, over 2,000 individuals representing member states, sports associations, civil society organizations, private sector with an interest in sport, of course. We produce a number of knowledge products. We work with member states directly on a bilateral basis. We organize and we'll keep organizing a number of fora dedicated to youth to make sure that youth voices are well reflected in national policies dedicated to sport, and sport as a tool for social cohesion. And in particular, we do this through dialogues with our national focal points. So we have a network of national focal points, basically individuals, officials from member states, designated by member states to work directly with us at programmatic level, who are engaged in dialogue and discussions, roundtables with youth, to make sure, again, that youth perspectives are well integrated in national strategies dedicated to sport for preventing violent extremism. There's a number of reasons why you can see listed here on why we're working on this program, because it's well demonstrated how sport fosters social cohesion, is a way to empower youth and vulnerable groups. We are working also increasingly in recent months on the matter of inclusivity, because we do consider inclusivity as one of the pillars for a cohesive and strong social fabric, which in turn would make the societies less vulnerable to violent extremist ideology. So youth from the society being less exploitable, allow me to say, from the ideologies of violent extremist organizations who tend to exploit young persons' grievances to recruit for their violent purposes. Let's bear in mind that we work globally, so there are many fragile contexts where we work, and therefore requiring also tailored actions in areas where sometimes basic needs are unfortunately still missing. You can see from this map where in the past 6 years we've been mostly active. So Africa being the main focus of our work. Currently, we are engaging with Senegal because Senegal is going to host the Youth Olympics in 2026. In East Africa, we work through Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda because they are the host of the AFCON, African Cup of Nations in 2027, so a lot of potential through these events. And in Southeast Asia, more in particular in Indonesia, a country with a very strong ambition in the field of sport. You can see some of the organizations we work with. We have the pleasure, of course, to work with main sports federations, and experts and representatives from this federation and international organizations often contributed to our trainings and to our capacity building activities or expert discussions, as for example one that we will hold online on the 5th of November dedicated to inclusivity as part of the security, of the culture of security in the context of major sporting events. There will be, for example, representatives from the Council of Europe on the 5th of November supporting this initiative. Getting a bit closer to granularly speaking to the work we do, there's a number of civil society organizations. I mentioned earlier, civil society organizations are part of our network, of our community of experts. There is a large number of organizations we work with. We assist, we guide, but we learn a lot from their experiences on the ground, where really they make incredible efforts to use sport as a vehicle for inclusion and for social cohesion. In the past, we were able also to run a grant mechanism, so basically to transfer funds directly to local level civil society organizations, mainly from Africa and Asia, to run sport-based projects. Again, talking about social cohesion with the ultimate goal from our perspective to prevent attraction towards violent ideologies. A large number of beneficiaries through the work of these CSOs, and there are many good examples worth being mentioned. However, we collected, sorry, I would like to project, can I go back? Yes. If possible, I would like to show this video which relates to our campaign, More Than a Game. Is it possible to play this video, which we launched alongside the FIFA World Cup in 2022, which is still running?
Some see sports as being nothing more than fun and games. Sure, maybe, but if sport was nothing more than a game, why does it have the power to connect? To embrace what is different? The strength to make someone feel at home. The ability to transform. To spark potential. Sport breaks barriers. It's a safe haven for some, an outlet for others. It fuels the fire inside. It gives the underdog a shot at success. Sport is more than a game.
It's more than a game. More than a game.
Thank you very much to our technicians. So this campaign, More Than a Game, we launched in 2022 alongside the FIFA World Cup in Qatar, in Doha. You might have recognized the lead testimonial, of our campaign, Nadia Nadim, and other stories are available through other videos on our website, where we basically compile the most successful and inspiring stories from our grant mechanism in support of the civil society organizations I was mentioning earlier. So here we collected 4 in particular. I'd like to mention the story of Swat Gallo, who established who founded the Somali Women Basketball Club, despite the threats received from Al-Shabaab. herself and her group of friends managed to, through sport, go through very, very problematic circumstances and to keep very well united in their community, also with the help, of course, of their families. The story of Masareka is also very interesting. Who is a refugee living in Uganda, a refugee from Congo, and who basically through ICODI, which is one of the NGO we sponsored, managed to find basically a sense of purpose and the reason to basically to belong to the society, thanks to the work of ICODI Foundation. Esther Nabatanzi is also a very important case. She's from Western Uganda. She was quite attracted by certain violent ideologies exercised by local groups, and therefore, again, through ICODI, she was capable to change her viewpoints and actually to start working in support of refugees in Uganda. And the story from Nadia Nadim, I'm sure you know who she is, and she's absolutely a great professional, and as you know, she fled from Afghanistan and she became a professional footballer, and she's a UNESCO ambassador and managed through football to also pay for her studies and to become a doctor in the United States nowadays. Last but not least, she's not listed here, very interesting is also the case of Khalida Popal, whose podcast is available on our website. Her story is very interesting. Also, a footballer. She's from Afghanistan, and she used to play in the women Afghan national team. A number of knowledge tools here. You can see a number of publications available in all UN languages. And I would like also to stress our e-learning courses, which are available and open, accessible to anyone who might be interested. Thank you so much for your attention. Feel free to contact us for any further information, anything you would like to know more about our program, always available. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Valerio. Let me sit. Thank you, Valerio. Se tiver perguntas para...
I'm sure you have questions you'd like to ask our speaker, but let's wait until the end. Next speaker is Barbara Pereira, who has a postgraduate in local government and collaborative development from the Catholic University, and likes to quote the quote from The Little Prince: "It is only with the heart that one sees clearly. What is essential is invisible to the eye." It was with the heart that she began a new journey after losing her sight. Already as an adult, blindness allowed her to see the world of possibilities previously invisible to her eyes. Let's watch this video before we speak to Barbara.
Eu sou a Bárbara, tenho 42 anos e coordeno o projeto Sexto Sentido. Então, o projeto Sexto Sentido é uma equipa amadora de marcha e corrida guiada para pessoas cegas e com baixa visão, que promove a inclusão através do desporto. Basicamente, de uma forma simples e descomplicada, os guias emprestam os olhos a quem não o vê para conseguirem correr ou fazerem uma marcha mais acelerada. Então, lá está, eu fiquei cega em 2017. De repente, sem contar, e depois de me começar a readaptar à minha nova forma de viver e começar a aprender a viver às escuras, eu percebi que para mim era importante eu praticar desporto e de me sentir viva, de me sentir livre. Quando eu via, não é, eu pegava nas sapatilhas e vinha correr. Agora é impossível, não é? Quem corre, é fácil imaginar o que é que se sente quando nós até podemos correr, não é? Fisicamente podemos fazê-lo, mas precisamos de ajuda de outra pessoa para o fazer. E claro que nós podemos sempre pedir a familiar, a um amigo para nos acompanhar, mas ninguém gosta de ser um peso para ninguém, não é? E o Sexto Sentido veio comatar isto, não é? É uma forma descomplicada de eu, por exemplo, como cega, perguntar no grupo se tem algum guia disponível para correr comigo. Claro que nós temos que ter muita confiança em quem nos guia. Normalmente nós temos ali uns minutinhos antes de um treino para explicar, que normalmente temos algumas palavras de comando, pé alto, pé baixo, quando temos provas ou em trails, não é? Ou se vamos ter um piso irregular, o guia vai-nos dizendo. E quando eu sinto realmente algum tipo de medo, eu coloco o meu antebraço junto do braço do guia, e isso faz-me sentir mais segura, não é? E realmente o desporto tem que ser para todos, não é? O desporto não é um luxo, e mesmo que seja amador, e fazendo tão bem, não é? Em termos psicológicos e físicos, acho que devia ser ter um fácil acesso. Em termos de estrutura física, não é? Não existem barreiras físicas para a corrida, por exemplo, guiada, não é? Em provas de estrada, basta nós termos uma guia e estarmos com alguém, uma guia, uma fita, onde nós colocamos a mão de um lado e o guia coloca a mão do outro, não é? E fazermos a prova, ou seja, barreiras físicas acabam por não existir, não é? Eu acho que ainda existem muitas barreiras psicológicas, porque não é tão comum termos pessoas com deficiência no mundo do running. Eu acho que o meu sonho seria alargar o projeto ao país para que todas as pessoas cegas com baixa visão, independentemente do local que estejam, conseguirem pelo menos caminhar, correr, praticarem desporto. Isso seria um grande objetivo, e começarem a entrar cada vez em mais provas e trails, mas o essencial é tirar as pessoas fora de casa, é as pessoas conseguirem perceber o que é que se sente quando se acaba uma prova, um trail, um companheirismo que existe entre equipas, que é incrível, não é? Acho que nunca ninguém fica para trás, pelo menos é a experiência que nós temos. Tenham conhecimento dele, e para que mais guias também se juntem a nós. E lá está, que seja esse o objetivo principal, que é que todos tenham essa hipótese, não é? Mesmo que não tenham família ou amigos chegados, mas que possam fazê-lo sem preocupações e insegurança. Que o desporto é para todos, não é? E que não interessa aquilo que nos acontece na vida, interessa a forma como nós vamos lidar com essa situação. E nós podemos lá sentar a chorar, ou neste caso levantar e correr.
Já bastam as barreiras físicas, não é?
So there are already so many physical barriers, but in addition to those, they are putting water in your glass, Barbara. Thank you, Susanna. Here you have. So Barbara was saying that you felt so many barriers that you had to overcome through sport, and you found in this project a solution for that need. And people with a disability, in this case blind persons, you realized that it was necessary to give them an opportunity and also make them believe that this was possible. Indeed, as I was saying, I became completely blind at the age of 36. So it was all of a sudden, and all of a sudden I had to learn how to live in a state of total darkness. So I had to find ways of feeling alive. I live in Porto, and I wanted to go to the gym or start running, and there weren't that many opportunities. And when I realized that there were other people with the same needs, we began in 2019 with 10 people, and then we had the pandemic, and currently we are 400 across the country in Porto, Lisboa, Coimbra, in Viseu as well. So the project has been growing. And answering your question, of course, with the support from the Social Responsibility Project of Heróis Betano, especially supporting us through communication. But the 160 people that are now with us believe they feel part of something, they feel respected, they believe that their guides are in this for the exchange of experience with all respect. And I normally playfully say the guide lends us his eyes, and we give them the energy. When other teams see us running, they deconstruct that idea of that we are patients. We are not patients. We are perfectly capable people. All we are asking for are opportunities in our jobs, in sports, in education. Sexto Sentido began with sports, but now we have a cooperative, and we also want to work in the area of employment, education, because there is still a lot that must be done to change this fixed idea of our disabilities, of being incapable. Tell us, why was it in sports that you found the solution for achieving other targets? Why through sports? Because it was, in my view, was a vehicle of communication and inclusion. For me, in my idea, is not to put us inside a box with everything that is accessible. I want to be in a space, just as Teresa was saying, from Porto Football Club. I want to be in a place where I have access to communication, to information. So it's almost like a universal language. When we run, there is no all barriers disappear, because we become like any athlete running in pairs. So people realize, and especially our guides, who had never had any contact with people with disabilities. Last year, we participated in 63 races with about 500, almost 500 people involved, us and the guides as well. And our partners include the organizers of trail and road races. And without this support, we wouldn't have as many people participating in these races. As you know, the enrollments are not actually not really that cheap, and we are always enrolling in twos. Our supporters are really our partners. We received training together with our partners by the School of Science and Technology of the University of Porto. Essentially training that is directed towards our guides on communicating efficiently. I am blind, but I understand, so communicating with words, and also understanding the importance of sports for us, because it opens up doors, physically speaking and psychologically speaking. As I said, we have groups across the country. Each center has a coordinator that helps us in the organization of races, and this year we are also going to arrive in Madeira and Algarve. Last year we received a prize by for accessible sport, and it's a project that I hope will continue to grow and bringing solutions to increasingly isolated locations. And perhaps the biggest problem will be the program becoming known by blind people and also to their families, so that they may realize this is just not a whim. No, I don't think that they see it as something crazy that we are doing. We are also raising awareness with students from primary school to university, also with sports technicians to raise their awareness, but because not many actually know about this or are sensitized towards the benefits of such practice for the person. And the fact that we are in the community and being treated as equals, and that is the essence of the project, because we feel that we are practicing a sport just like anybody else, with our loss of sight is only one of our features. Is this appropriate for a specific gender, age bracket? Not at all. As I said, we have 400 people enrolled in the project. Of these, only 150 are blind or visually impaired. And our volunteers are just that, volunteers. And they come from all areas, all backgrounds of any age, but we try to make a match. Of course, we are not going to put somebody who wants to run 21 kilometers with a person who only wants to walk. So we have a WhatsApp group divided by cities, organized by cities, and we want to also develop a dedicated app to improve communication, because we believe that this is one of our weaknesses as well, in addition to the disability. In the last census, the question they ask if the person has any visual impairment. Now, 3 dioptries, for example, is a visual impairment. Now, we know that in our population, 21,000 people are visually impaired. But in reality, and we know that from the observatory, that we don't know exactly how many people. We need a precise diagnosis to know how many of us are we. Because we have never come to a final number. And Barbara, we're talking about running and walking, because among blind, impaired, might not want to run or walk, but would like to swim, for example, or do other type of exercise. Indeed, always working with other organizations like surf organizations. We try to hold workshops. We have a surf championships, paracycling as well. So we try to create synergies with other entities to have our members at least try other sports types. And if they enjoy it more, then they can continue down that path. And also, we have some Paralympic or former Paralympic athletes who are no longer competing, and they found in us an answer for their needs. At the time, that was not my intention, but that has been a new reality for us. Barbara, to conclude, mostly as a comment, I would like to say that without partners, you would not survive, right? It would be very hard indeed. We are fighting for sustainability. Of course, when I lost my sight at 36 years of age, I tried with this project to create my own job. I don't know if you know, companies don't know what they can do with blind impaired. There is a lot of lack of information that we are trying to, through training and team building, provide information and communicate so that people feel they feel they have developed a new skill. For example, people running with us had never run before. They had never had that chance, not even in school, or ridden a bike, for example. So all of this is possible. And since people with disabilities are not given that many opportunities, they seize those opportunities and they are normally very grateful. Yes, we understand that every time we get in touch with people like you. Next is Susana Curto, who is CEO of the Portugal League, and the president of Urgem Sports Club, Paulo Ribeiro, 52 years old, from Esposende.
Bom, há aqui lapso, Paulo, que temos que já aqui apontar, é que a Bárbara...
Barbara was patiently listening to music, and she did not know exactly what we were seeing on the picture. So next time we will need some audio descriptions so that somebody like Barbara may follow, because we need to, or would like to know better, the type of work that Forges is doing. Very well. Before that, allow me to thank the invitation, but we are here thanks to the work that we have been doing with the Praga Football Club. And when we presented our project to all of the municipalities, they welcomed us. So please tell then, Barbara, what we saw here. We were showing the Forges Sports Club. It is a regional club. On some occasions it was at the national, playing at the national level, but currently only at the district level. We have around 120 kids playing in our football schools. And the Forges School Center works with us, and it is responsible also to working with autistic children. And I am a social person, and every time we talk about a social responsibility project, I'm the first to embrace it. So when I when I became president of the Forges Sports Club, immediately I thought that we could create synergies with this association. Now, they called me mad because autistic children only play individual sports, swimming, horseback riding, etc. So you cannot put them interacting with each other. And when I hear no, things get complicated. And I said, I can't believe it. There are human beings like us, and we need to open up to society, as Barbara said. So we applied to Football for All with our project, and we won the first prize in 2023. So in the 5th edition, first prize, and with the prize we implemented the project. So we went to the school, and because the municipality of Esposende has a project that facilitates all kinds of activities with autistic children, so they took responsibility for all of the logistics, and we thought that we could join hands. We are talking about 25 children playing football in our fields, and we're working more seriously with the Braga Football Association. And I will talk to you about a step up to this project next. But just to give you an idea, the first time that they saw when they arrived and they put their the boots, and others would look at the ball and they would think, what is this? So Manuel Machado used to say, well, it's very easy. The ball is round, so we all know how to play football. So we continued, and we got them in touch with the pitch and the ball. And then something extraordinary happened. The coordinators and the teachers, because they're all specialized teacher at the school in Forges. And as one of the previous speakers, Teresa, I've spoken to Teresa because I knew that Porto had this room for welcoming children with special needs. So I've already spoken to her so that we could take our kids there. So we submitted the project, as I said, and we have a mascot called Forginha, and he is our link with the kids. It is something that comforts them. The Forges School Group, which is a school cluster, already has a mathematics game that has Forginha controlling the numbers. So they really like the mascot. And now we are going into the 3rd season of the project, and they practice on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And we started slowly. They have the full equipment, and they have their backpack, and they have to get dressed in the closet room. And everything is new to them. They don't know even how to put on their clothes, their shirts and their boots. And these are kids that learn very quickly the orders that we give them. So once they've overcome this first order, as you can see in the video, some are already involved in engagement exercises with each other. And what we told at a meeting, that they already know how to get dressed. They speak to each other already, and these were autist children. Their eating habits have also changed. We used to tell them, you have to eat a lot of fruit, and now they bring banana fruit and pears, and that was quite surprising to me, because they didn't eat any fruit before, and their parents also feel that their children are much more sociable and they interact much more. And wasn't there a bit of mistrust? Because, as you know, there aren't that many solutions for children with the autistic spectrum. So weren't they suspicious about this? Not at all? Not the parents? No. And it was actually surprising to us. There are only 2 institutions, in us and another institution in Algarve, and we have been talking to each other to understand how things work there. And they thought it was very strange that nobody else was doing this. And what we did in Braga with the Braga Football Association and all of the municipalities is something we should do everywhere in the country. Take these children to the football fields, and you will see an enormous progress that they will make. They are already very engaged and interested in the new season. They want to come back and start playing. And we also have our football schools, and so with those autistic children with autism in a lesser degree, we have been trying to integrate them in the schools. They pass the ball and they still haven't learned that then they must start running in a given direction. But now in the 3rd season, we already they have already learned that they must score. They are playing 3 against 3, and when they do not score, they get annoyed. They now understand that they have failed to score a goal. So 2 years later, since the beginning, what I can tell you is that, well, you have to go there and see for yourself. So on Friday afternoon, I go to the field, and I really feel my heart full. And then on Monday, I switch to my other hat, and I have to face all of the violence. And some of them don't even want to leave. For example, one of them might say, can I just stay here for a while and then I will start playing? And we have to let him just do his thing. The boy you saw there, Fernando Nandinho, he is glued to his bench. He doesn't move. And his teacher, at the end of the school year, when we evaluated their performance, and now he goes around with the ball 5 or 6 times around the field, and he has lost weight. His parents are very happy. So we gave him an opportunity to these children, and now what we need is an opportunity to promote this across the country. All you need is a synergy with the municipalities, in this case with the municipality of Esposende. The municipality is responsible for the logistics and Forgens for the technical issues. And what about the return? You have seen, you have mentioned here that the development in the child. What about the return for the team? Yes, your team at Forgens. At the Braga Football Association, I told them this. I love football. I do not see myself reflected in today's football, and the association is doing an excellent job. The APCVD is doing a very important job. We were at the the Portuguese Championship, and we worked with the Portuguese Football Association, and then at the district level, and it's completely different. And now that I'm fighting, and I'll fight until the end for this project, I want people to start looking at football with different eyes. For example, Braga Football Association now has walking football. These are people above the age of 50 who have never done exercise, who are sitting at home, and we have to bring them to our fields. They can also take the showers there and go back home. So, now, what about the image of Forgens, you might ask? Well, yes, somewhat. This project with autistic children is a social responsibility project to which we are fully committed, but it mostly does not stand out from the image of football in general. But by a return, by the my question about what you get back, or what does Forgens get back from the project, this is what I meant. Well, quite honestly, when I received the first report at the end of a year from the children's project coordinator, a tear came to my eyes. I'm not the crying type. I was so surprised that after a year, these children had progressed so much. In the first year, we had 15. Then the following year, we had 25 children enrolled, and now Barcelos, which is the neighboring municipality, is now asking if they can also enroll their children. So now we need to grow, but of course the club does not have the capacity. We receive technical support from the municipality, but there is the daily logistics. But we are proud. We are proud that we implemented this project, and we will be maintaining it because the school is right next door. And the results are quite visible. Thank you. A round of applause.
É orgulho para todos. Obrigado. É orgulho para vós, mas é orgulho para todos. Eu dou a impressão que a Fundação do Futebol vai ter que fazer agora nos próximos.
I believe the Portuguese Football Federation will have much work to do after hearing these projects and these stories. Now we have Susana Curto, CEO of Portugal League, since April 2025, after being appointed by Reinaldo Teixeira, President of the League. She contributes to the implementation of the organization's global strategy and is directly responsible for several areas. Let's start by looking at
O futebol muda-nos. Faz-nos aprender a tentar e a perder. Ensina-nos a não desistir e a melhorar. Mas o melhor de nós acontece fora de campo. Acontece sempre que acreditamos, sempre que damos uma mão, sempre que realizamos um sonho, sempre que provamos que somos uma equipa e nem quando estamos sós, jogamos sozinhos. Com a tática certa, não há adversário, nem adversidade que nos faça frente. Quando o futuro está em jogo, vamos todos a jogo. É esta a força do futebol. É isto que nos muda. Fundação do Futebol. Cria mudança.
É muito especial estar aqui, estou muito feliz de ver estas crianças aqui num momento mais difícil para elas, mas quando nos veem ficam logo com um sorriso enorme na cara e é muito bom e muito especial poder proporcionar este dia na vida deles.
Somos rivais quando jogamos um contra o outro, mas quando não estamos a jogar um contra o outro somos amigos e falamos. Por isso acho que é muito importante às vezes a Liga ter esta iniciativa de juntar alguns clubes que acham que são rivais, mas que depois percebem que fora do campo são amigos.
Ainda por cima trouxeram aqui um jogador, um colega meu, eu estou com ele desde os meus 14 anos e também já passei muita coisa com ele e poder experienciar este momento e ainda para mais antes de um derby, que é sempre um jogo muito quente, com ele é incrível.
O mais importante disto tudo foi ver os meninos a sorrir, as crianças contentes de verem um jogador favorito do Benfica e um jogador favorito do Sporting. Portanto, acho que, num conjunto geral, acho que foi muito bom e gostei muito da experiência.
Acho que hoje é de enaltecer esta iniciativa porque são dois grandes clubes que se juntam em prol do bem-estar da criança, porque lhes permite descontrair, lhes permite sorrir, lhes permite sonhar.
Susana, esta é apenas...
Susanna, this is only one of the FPF initiatives. Are these initiatives directly coming from the FPF's desires, or are there collaborations with other entities? Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. Just before answering your question, a quick comment to my colleague. I've just started my position in the Portuguese league, but the transforming power of football is incredible. And it encompasses not only global or huge initiatives. No, the main and great difference comes from small initiatives like the ones that we've heard that change people's lives, that bring a smile to people's faces. This is the real impact, the one that starts with individuals and then extends to the collective groups. But now, responding to your question, the Portuguese Federation has a number of initiatives. Some of them come from their own stem from its own activities program. Like the Portuguese or like the Football for Everyone initiative, which the name of is self-explanatory. We have we work together with the several national sports associations from across the country, and we encourage them to have a transformative role within their own communities, and we collaborate with them in that promotion, encouraging them to create their own foundations and associations, but also giving them an incentive to have a liaison officer for social responsibility. Social responsibility initiatives are not just, or should not be developed for decorative purposes. No,
they really have a meaning for the society, and that is what is meant. Every month we have a award for a social responsibility project, and just to give you an idea, we've organized more than 900 solidarity initiatives, social inclusion projects, in promoting fair play and other football and sports actions. These were more than 900 actions that touched several communities and thousands of people. And it is interesting to see that both leagues, there are two leagues, but the differences are not huge. Each promoted more or less 50% of these initiatives, so they're quite equally in the sense of working with the community where they are involved, promoting activities. And this is also a way of the clubs remaining active and alive within their own communities. We've heard here today talking about security and safety, but this is something else. This is engaging with the community. We also work with other type of organizations like the Portuguese Cardiology Association. We've had initiative like having a moment during a game in which all the lights of the stadium were shut down to recall the lives lost for cardiac diseases. This is just an example, but there are hundreds of examples of projects and initiatives taken by the clubs and sports associations. And we can see there is actually a real coordination and teamwork among sports activities and sports associations. Sometimes in a given week we hear of all sorts of problems issued from the big games, but social responsibilities is among all of us, and it starts from the sports managers, from politicians, and everyone has social responsibility, and we practice this responsibility when we talk, when we speak our minds, when we develop initiatives, and particularly from the foundation, we feel that we work towards a good for everyone. If this is good for this community, it will be good for the larger community. So I don't feel that people work in silos. No, we work. I believe we all work towards the same goal. Perhaps these sort of initiatives are not given the due recognition by the media. They should be given more visibility. We've heard two examples of real interesting projects. As far as your plan of activities, your annual plan of activities, it is quite full, I imagine. Yes, we have several initiatives ongoing every year. One of them is a health related project where we go to children's hospitals, children with very serious diseases. We bring our ambassadors, football players, and other former athletes or players, and this shows that outside the field, players are friends with each other. Even from opponent teams, they are friends, and they team up and join hands to go to these children's hospitals and bring a smile for these children. If you know of any hospital that wants to receive our ambassadors, please just come and speak to me. We also have food parks, an initiative with the Continent's Hypermarket Foundation. We've built 32 mini football pitches across the country to provide safe spaces for children to play, to put their smartphones away and play with each other, develop team spirit, develop values, sports values. So this project Food Parks is also a project I consider very important. We've just launched it in further cities, and until by the end of 27 we want to have 37 food parks up and running. We have also projects together with the police authorities, the APCD, the APAV, the Association for the Protection of Victims, and other associations. And with our objective is, during this football season, to go to several schools, and all these entities have defined together sort of a playlist of information and messages that we want to get across to the children, messages related to fight against violence, fair play, and other values. This is a very interesting project, and we want to coordinate with the municipalities and the clubs of that particular municipality. This is a project very dear to me, and I hope it will be more visible in the next months. And who knows, the project with Barbara, finding guides within ex-athletes. I imagine there are other projects which the foundation would like to partner with, or do you think the foundation has its hands full with its own projects and has no time to partner with other entities? Well, we'll always have a lot of work, that's for sure. We have a very high number of initiatives running all the time. We have a lot of activities at the same time. Adaptive surf, which we've done during the summer, a lot of activities. But we always have our door open to receive applications for projects that are interesting enough and that will have an added value to be done together with us. You'll be invited for one of our projects, I'm sure. And we also have a kid in a wheeling chair that always wants to go and watch whenever it's possible to watch our initiatives. And we've just given him a medal. And we know that this is a very small gesture, but we're sure that he will sleep with his medal under his pillow. These small actions have a very strong impact. Whenever we're talking of children coming into the pitch with the players before the games, these small activities are very powerful, and our door is always open for new projects. Is there any common denominator? do you see any common denominator in all these projects? I believe there is, and I think it's love. Because if all these 4 guests did not have love within them, I'm sure these projects would not have left the paper. And that's, I believe, what we need, more love and compassion for those that are around us. Sometimes that's all we need for things to go ahead. So a round of applause, please, for all these 4 guests and what they represent. Our hearts are full. Any questions? Any further questions? And afterwards we'll have 3 champions that will have an opportunity to speak a bit about their careers in football and in other sports. Well, there are no questions, so we'll close this panel with a photo, a family photo. Please come to the center of the stage so that we can have our picture taken, and then give space for the next panel. What's the name of the special guest? Canaan special guest? Adali. Oh. It's his name. So the round of applause during the picture, and we're done. Thank you. Thank you all.
Well, nice to meet you. Deus, não é? Podes anunciar o próximo espaço?
So the next panel.
E agora sim.
And now the last panel of the day. Talk with champions. This panel will be an opportunity to explore experiences, challenges, conquests of elite athletes. We will hear about inspiring stories of resilience, highlighting the role of sports in the development of character and showing its impact in society.
Onde está o meu amigo Emanuel Silva, Presidente da Comissão de Atletas Olímpicos?
I call Emanuel Silva, President of the Olympic Athletes Commission, to the stage. Please come up. You can have a seat right in the middle. I call also to the stage Márcia Costa, representing the Portuguese Basketball Federation, an athlete with a very interesting story. And finally, someone who represents the Portuguese Paralympic Committee with only 19 years old, Beatriz Monteiro.
Exatamente.
Faz favor. Estamos a falar de alta competição, meus amigos, agora. Emanuel, começo por ti.
Emmanuel, I start by you. And before we talk about what you're doing now, let's start from the beginning. The kid, Emanuel Silva, was looking for a sport to practice, and as most kids, you were dribbling a ball or kicking a ball. Is that how it began? Indeed. But without going into the details, let me summarize. But before that, I would like to thank the organization for the invitation that was sent to me. Currently representing the Olympic Athletes Commission. So how did I start in canoeing? Well, we used to have a holiday home in Esposende, and my neighbors, while playing with me, then would leave me on my own when they were going to go to the canoe lessons. So I had no choice besides joining them. But because we were only in Esposende on the weekends, we looked for a club closer to home in Braga. But were you doing any other sports? Only at home, at school? Only at school. And we high performance athletes are, often say that we are lucky because we find the right sport. Because if I had started practicing basketball, I probably wouldn't be as good. So, for example, at school, if they had told me, kick the ball, Manuel, no, you'll never be a football player. So Telma, Fernando, all other high-performance athletes, if we hadn't found the right sport for us, we wouldn't be here today. Well, don't point the finger at Marcia because she's no example and she'll tell you why. Yes, but we were lucky. We were lucky because we discovered the right sport for us. But now you're occupying a different position. You are representing Olympic athletes. So what should we change to find in each of us, to help each and every one of us to find the right sport for us? Well, starting at school. School sports is fundamental. But it exists, doesn't it? No, not much. Furthermore, our children spend a lot of time at school, in classroom, and only at the end of the day do they practice a sport. So we should take all types of sports to schools: volleyball, basketball, badminton, those that are easiest to practice in the schools. We would find more talents being created. So, and what about more physical education in the school? Could that help? It could, because a country without sports is a sleepy country. So if you only give children the opportunity to practice practice a sport at the end of the day, and then they come home, they eat dinner, and they still have their homework to do, if we could improve that, maybe we could improve the situation. For example, there is a private school in Braga that has a swimming pool, it has a gym, and yet the school doesn't have a club. So if, for example, we have a cluster of schools that have good facilities, perhaps we could encourage the school cluster to create a club. In this case, for example, this private school has its swimming team, basketball team. And then how does competition fit in? Because as you know, children like to practice school and to compete, and practicing is not enough for them. Well, first and foremost, we need to educate our children for healthy living. Yes, but how did you come to be a champion with so many limitations? Well, easily. I just had the right people around me. I was the lonely wolf. I would spend a lot of time on my own, but even lonely wolves have a good backup. Family and friends in high performance. Well, how did I get there? Well, by setting short, medium and long-term goals, objectives. In our professional life, our own life, and our sporting life, we need to set goals. In high performance, I always wanted to become an athlete of the national team. And then I started aspiring to become an Olympic athlete and then to winning a medal. And what did you have to give up in place of that? Well, a lot, but I am not regretting it. I guess I refrained from many things, but on the other hand, I represented Portugal, the Portuguese people, and I won many victories and medals for the country. That makes me very proud. So I'm not sad that I had to give up on time with my family or friends. I'm very happy with what I have achieved in high performance sports. But in your club, in your career, I'm sure that you met athletes precisely with the same aspirations, with the same support, and did not manage to reach as high. How was it to deal with frustration? When you lose, you learn as well, and we learn a lot when we lose. So we learn to overcome obstacles, and at every frustrating moment, I always saw that as a lesson learned, and things don't just happen. Perhaps it wasn't the right time. So in 2008, for example, I was unable to go to the Beijing Olympic Games, and then in 2012 I joined Fernando Pimenta, and in only 6 months of training we became vice champions. I've never been an Olympic champion. That was my aspiration. At least I managed to be vice champion. Before I turn to the other guests, do you think there is, or that Portuguese athletes, and in the Olympic Games we haven't had that many teams participating in the Olympic Games, but do you feel that there is too much pressure on athletes for winning the gold, silver and bronze medal? Well, we are mature enough to deal with that responsibility. When I was competing, I was only certain that on the bench I had the people I loved the most, my family and friends, and they had come to watch me and to do the thing I liked most doing. But of course there are many athletes, and this is linked to mental health as well, and I respect mental health greatly. And it's not only a case of responsibility. The sponsors are waiting for results. The athlete himself will win money with as a prize. So that is the pressure that the athlete himself feels. At the 2012 London Olympics, I told Fernando, we only have the opponent you see next to us. So irrespective of the results, when we end the competition, we are the best for our family and our friends, the people who love us, even if we come in last. And this is what we take to high performance. Now, of course, if we compete, we need self-confidence. I need to believe that I can qualify for the medal. I knew that we are at the right moment, and I knew we are going to win a medal together with Fernando. But I went there thinking that, irrespective of what would happen, my family adores me. And do we need a commission and a Olympic Athletes Commission? Yes, it represents Olympic athletes. It works with the federations. It has programs for athletes, the Olympic project, the a series of programs supporting the athlete, because we cannot forget that there is a human being behind the athletes, and it's not only the medals that they work, and we also need to work with the government. Athletes must only be focused on their practice and training, and if there are any issues, it's up to the Commission to deal with those issues. So we try to resolve those problems, and we tell them, focus on your work, and we are here to help you. So the Olympic Athletes Commission is the voice and the image of the athletes, because the committee and the Commission want the best for athletes. And Emmanuel, who have been for almost 30 years in high performance, I must be sensitive enough to understand when an athlete needs help, or to tell the Commission that it should act in this way and not in that. And sometimes there is a gap in the communication between the federation and the athlete.
Do basquete, de outras modalidades? Sim, isso é uma premissa que nós tentamos avançar para todas as federações, que deve haver uma...
And do we need a commission also for registered athletes in the different sports? Yes, because if there's any issue with the athlete, then we report to the federation. And we have had quite a few cases lately that had to be reported, and Marcia, it's hot enough today. Can I eat an ice cream? Can I eat ice cream and then go play basketball? I am I'm saying this because this is how her career in basketball began. Yes, I love sweets. It's true, that is my biggest quality. And I was told that if I played basketball, then I would get an ice cream. So it all began because I wanted an ice cream. How old were you? 10. And you wanted the ice cream in exchange for, well, my grandmother's neighbor, who was the same age as I, said, if you come and play basketball with her, then she would give me an ice cream. She taught me some passes. I spoke to my mother. I told her that I had this opportunity to play basket. I didn't tell her about the ice cream, and this is how I started playing basketball for the Setúbal club. And they haven't yet given me the ice cream, I should say. Marcia, talk to us about your career and how you arrived at the highest level of competition. Well, not the NBA, that is the moon, but you have achieved quite high. True, I'm 35 years old. It has been a long career with very good things. I was not a member of the national team. I did not stand out among other players, but basketball brought me very good things, and I paid for university by playing basketball. So you're a professional basketball player? Exactly. And then professionally, I thought it made sense to spend more time in basketball, and this is when I decided to become 100% professional basketball player. And things went well. The prizes, the awards from the clubs, and of course that makes us believe in us as a professional woman athlete. And financially speaking, I'm acknowledged as a professional athlete. So if I'm doing something that I like to do, so I just stayed and dedicated 100% of my time, but always somewhat unintentionally. I do believe that my achievements in basketball resulted from the fact that I felt that it was a light environment, because the pressure that you are talking about on athletes, of course I have felt the pressure. I played abroad. Last year I was in Belgium. This year I'm back in Portugal. And yes, I feel some pressure as an athlete among the other athletes of the national team. But quite honestly, for me, basketball is something light that I feel. I feel the responsibility, but I don't feel a better athlete when I score. But I'm not the worst athlete when I don't. So this is more how I've been dealing with the pressure, somewhat unconsciously, more consciously nowadays at the age of 35, and that has guaranteed me some success. So, and of course you don't know, I lost this weekend. I'm really very irritated. You don't know that. But at the end of the game, I have a 5-year-old who said, they cheated, right? They cheated. So that is the truth. We just need to close the chapter, switch our chip, and there are more things outside of the field. And does your boy play basketball? No, he doesn't. He swims, he does judo, but he doesn't see basketball as a sport. Is that mom's job? Yes, he has been going with me since he was 6 months. So normally he is with the babysitter watching mom working. So at home he will play basketball, but he prefers to swim or do judo. So it's not something he wants to do after school, because that is his life on the weekend. During the week it's already part of his life. And has women's basketball grown? Thanks to some athletes who became stars in Portugal. Off the top of my head, Tisha, who achieved excellent numbers in American basketball. Was it also thanks to what others have achieved that made you think, well, maybe if I do the same as them? Not really, because I didn't have access to Tisha or Mary when I was young. Did you know about them when you were a child? No. This is why when clubs ask me to be present, I do everything possible to reach out. Yes, you're right, Mary Andrade, she's working for Toronto. So, yes, in the men's team, she is a deputy coach. True, I didn't know about them, but I was fortunate to have been in the team together with Mary when she was in our national team, and gradually I grew in believing in me, gradually as I was growing in success. And I believe I've done quite good things, and that gives me a voice. And we must say this. I can set an example for others and help younger girls believe that it is possible to be a professional at basketball player, and coming to the end of a career knowing that we can prepare the way for those who will follow. As Manuel was saying, we need to know that we are part of the team. We are not the player, but a player that has a coach and a manager, psychologist, yes. A whole structure around you. In group sports, collective sports, it's a bit different. In individual sports, we see the athlete on his own. Of course, in a less good day, I have 4 people on the field who can support me, and that is fantastic. But truth be said, the way I experience my profession is not the same way as some colleagues. I have my own nutritionist that I pay for. I have my own physiotherapist. Now, my club offers me a physiotherapist, but I cannot depend only on him. So, I'm only 35 years old, but I don't know when my career will end. And as long as I feel well in the field, I will come to Ronaldo. Yes, but this is why I invest a lot in that team, and I try to not only depend on the club. Marcia, do you think that because you are a basketball player, you have the privilege of playing basketball? Because I know other players who say, we are basketball players. It's not exactly like other games. We have certain values that we would like to see replicated in other sports. Is it true? Well, the other way around is also possible. I'm not asking you that. I am asking you if those virtues, the virtues of basketball, also helped you and were useful to you in life. Indeed, it is true. Emmanuel earlier talked about the right sports, and we do not always end up in the right sport, but the question is what sport can give back to you. And sometimes I tell my friends who are at universities, you can be lawyers, you can be managers, but sport will help you enhance those qualities. So sport teaches us to be responsible as contributors to society. And this we find in many places, but it's so easy to find this in sports, in this context. So yes, I must agree with your question. Thank you. Thank you for such inspiring words. Beatriz is 19 years old.
She's one of the most promising players in para badminton, European runner-up. And how have you found badminton? Through school sports, precisely. I started when I was in the 5th grade. At the time I did horseback riding because but then fortunately, I had a family that always that was able to give me all the best and to support me through my limitations and help me to do sports, several sorts of sports. I've started sports from a very young age. I had 9 years of swimming, 5 years of horseback riding afterwards, and I've started several other sports activities. And badminton, I started at school. I thought it was very different from other sports activities, and I really enjoyed it. So I decided to start looking for a club who offered badminton because I wanted to invest more in these sports. And then I thought, perhaps I can go further. And then I moved to Caldas da Rainha because they have a high performance center there. I lived in Sintra before, but I've moved with 15 years old to Caldas da Rainha to go after my dream. I was supported by the High Performance Athletes Unit, which is a unit that helps young athletes to coordinate higher performance sports with school. Cannot forget that as a young girl, I had normal school, normal classes. I had to study. I had to do my tests as all the others. And I had to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning to train this every day, and several years, year in, year out. This was my daily routine. Now I'm doing my bachelor's in sports management. I have my driving license now, which gives me more movement freedom. Let me interrupt you for a moment. Do your usual opponent have other school arrangements? I don't know. I really don't know, because we are very few athletes nationally, so I don't know what is the context, school's context for others here in Portugal. As for other countries, it depends. It depends from country to country. Badminton is very less known in Portugal and in most European countries. It's an activity that fills pavilions in Asia, for instance, and is more recognized in other continents, not here in Europe. So it's very different, and athletes there have other sorts of support which we don't have here. So we have to do a lot more. And it's not easy. Yes, we have to do twice or 3 times as much as most school students. You've said that your family gave you all you possibly could need to help you and support you. But besides your family, what other type of support do you think you could have? Yes, my family helped me in terms of support, but financially I had the support of the Olympic Commission. But we only receive our this financial support if we are able to achieve results, which is complicated as well. Beatriz, is not that pressure of results part of any sports, high-level sports? Of course, but pressure should be our own pressure, not an external pressure. If we want those particular results, we have to go after them. And it should not be people around us to say, you have to win this, you have to win that. That won't be a positive pressure. If someone tells me, if you win the European medal or a silver or gold or whatever medal, I will take that away from you, I will take your financement out. This type of pressure is a negative pressure. I would be thinking about the result all the time and not about the effort I could put in. That will bring my focus from the right place to the wrong place. And we have very few financial supports in our modality comparing to others. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. Our sports is not very visible in Portugal. We have the Athletes Commission, the Olympic Athletes Commission, it's true, but there are very few Paralympic athletes in this modality, in badminton. So there is no group, so to speak. I know that there are a lot of people that are happy when I have good results. I also know that there are people that seem happy but are not really happy. But I think I'm an example. I think so. And have you been able to make other people joined? Recently, there is a young girl with 8 years old, Leonor, from Algarve. One of her arms is not completely formed. She does not have all the fingers. And she's recently became part of our badminton team. But she needs also her family to support her. She's very small, yet she has a lot to evolve and progress. But I see her as a hoping a promising future player. Yes. Marcia, have you inspired younger basketball players, young girls who come to you and say they want to be like you in the future? Yes, that happens to me, and it's very rewarding. People usually ask you how you've managed to go there, to get where you are. Yes, they ask me that. Sometimes I don't know how to answer, but people usually ask me, how do you deal with frustration when you lose a match, when something does not go the way you wanted? Now our games show up in the national television, which is very good. So people start to see us now, and certain questions starts to arise, and people ask me often how I deal with pressure, how I deal with nervousness and anxiety. Yes, that happens quite a lot. What about financial compensation? Are female and male players getting the same payment? It depends. But generally, as far as I know, yes. As far as I know, yes, that's the case. Emmanuel, do kids come to you asking for advice? What do they ask you? How can I be like you? Yes, I'm often approached in social media by kids asking me how I deal with stress and anxiety. And we also have that responsibility as athletes to help younger kids. In fact, in our Olympic Athletes Commission, we have a tutor program, a mentor program rather, which aims to support younger athletes. We've gone through a lot of difficulties as athletes, so we know what they have ahead of them and we can help them. Marcy had 2 role models in her life who were able to reach international clubs, but in canoeing there are no other Portuguese role models. Yes, that's exactly the case. Canoeing was completely unknown to the Portuguese public. In 2004, we've had our first Olympic competition, and from then on, when we started appearing the TV screens, the modality visibility changed completely. I don't know if I'm an example or a model for younger players, but I imagine I might be for some of them that are starting now. When they started, me and Fernando were already here, so I imagine that they thought at the beginning that if we've done it, they probably could do it as well. Is it important, these external examples, these external figures and models? Of course. Fernando and our coach and the fact that we started doing international competitions was a stricter regime, I would say, a stricter training regime. But that also brings rewards. We have to accept that the good and the bad that comes with it. We've had several coaches and managers within our career, some Portuguese, some foreign, and all have something new to teach us and new ways of working, and it's always good to have different approaches. Beatriz, do you think an Indonesian manager or coach could benefit you? Of course. We, for instance, usually train with athletes, non-Paralympic athletes. So we have the chance to work and train in the Higher Performance Center. And we had, during some time, an Indonesian coach for some time. And we've trained with him for 3 hours minimum, when our usual training is about 1.5 hours. So it was a lot more intense. Sometimes people don't like coaches coming from abroad. They say that why do we need someone from another country? But do you think it was worth it? Absolutely. It's other ways of thinking, other ways of looking at the modality, other ways of coaching and training, and that makes all the difference in technical terms and in progression terms. It's always enriching to work with different sorts of people, and this is not diminishing the value of national coaches, not at all, but it's always enriching to have new approaches, and it was important to me personally, very important to me personally. And if I would have the opportunity to work with that coach again in the future, I would love it. You're still very young for this question, but your colleagues are a bit further in life. So, Marcia, the word Mr. Manager, teacher, trainer, coacher, is that appealing to you? Would that be a career path for you? No, not at all. In fact, I have a huge dilemma in my life. All that we've heard in the previous panel is what really relates to me. But sometimes what we want to do to add value to the society is not enough for our financial well-being. So now I want to take on a master in social intervention and in special education as well. So I know with whom I want to work with, but I have not yet found the right context or environment to feel fulfilled. And were you strong enough to pursue your schooling and academic goals in parallel with your sporting career? My colleagues are a huge help. I've started in Belgium. I have had a huge support from all my team players and colleagues. But I've also tried to find universities who have a special program for athletes and essentially find a place where my sports routine fits in. And I don't bother if I will take more years to do things, but I'll plan, and I can take more time in doing more years, but I'm sure I'll be able to finish my university degrees. People ask me that a lot, and I usually say that my family has already suffered a lot all these years, and being a coach or a manager is continuing to be away from home most days of the year, and I won't do that to my family again for more 10 or 20 years. So this is a life, very hard life. It's a lot of days away from home, so I don't want a coach life. I feel fulfilled as a president of the Olympic Athletes Commission. I'm very happy in helping Olympic athletes. I also have a business, my own business in another completely different area. So I'm happy, I'm fulfilled, and I do not see myself as a coach in the future, not at all.
Dear friends, do you have questions for our three guests? Somebody in a white shirt at the back of the room, I think, has asked for the floor. Please introduce yourself. I am dark, so it's not easy to identify me in the dark, right? I understand that. Good afternoon. I would like to thank all of our guests, but I have a question for Beatriz. The following question. Do you meet with anybody from the government, with participants of athletes? Are there any such meetings, or only the Paralympic Commission representatives go to speak to the government? Yes, only through the Commission, and then the feedback should come back to us, can be conveyed. It should. You mean it should, but it doesn't? Because we're talking about grants and things that especially governments should help with. And I think that such meetings should be held with your participation. So, Beatriz, insist with your president about this, because I think it's important. Because there is something that should be decided at the governmental level. Greater government engagement is necessary. If you allow me, I would like to say that progress has been achieved, significant. The Olympic and Paralympic grants are already the same. The prizes for the medals are also the equivalent. So it is a path that is being treaded, and awareness is growing, and we believe that it can only become better. More questions for our champions. Well, if not, we will thank our speakers for having taken time to be here on stage with us, and also thank you to you for being here to listen to what they have to tell us.
Fotografia!
Mas antes disso, gostaríamos de convidar todos os presentes.
Before wrapping up, we are all invited for a cocktail with wine outside. And tomorrow we will start again at 9:30.